Good morning. Can the person with the device E106320 please rename yourself? Morning. There's a device E106320 online. Can you please rename yourself? Otherwise, I will have to remove you from the platform. Thank you. I've also sent a chat in this regard.
No, it's
Good morning. Good morning, Valerie.
Morning, Marco.
Hi. Can we give basically projection rights, please?
Seriously.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thanks. Sipe, when you're ready, please just test the screen sharing. I'll let you know what we are seeing on the side. Yeah, it is projecting well. Can you just try to move to the next slide? Yeah. All right. I think we're sorted. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, we can stop sharing.
Recording in progress. Colleagues, morning.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, colleagues.
Morning.
How are you, colleagues?
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair.
Members.
The Honorable, the DM.
Mudula Stula.
Unjani mfowethu?
Ngiyaphila bhuti omdala njani?
Nami ngiyaphila mkhulu. I think we are going to have to start now. Valerie, are we ready on our side? Do we have all the necessary required numbers in terms of members who have joined?
Members present, but we expect another one or two to enter in the next few minutes. But in terms of the inner rules, there are enough members to start the meeting.
Okay. No, thanks very much, colleagues. Good morning. Let me take this moment to greet the honorable members of parliament who are on the platform. I want to take this moment to greet all of you. Those that I have seen, Honorable Van Staden. I've seen Honorable Montana. You are equally greeted. I don't know who's the other member that I have seen. But all of you who are here, I want to greet you. I must also take this moment to greet
Nkupani is also present.
Honorable Ngopane. How are you, madam?
I'm all right, and how are you, Chair?
Good. I take this moment to also salute and greet you this morning. I also take this moment to greet the department led here in by the capable, the honorable, the Deputy Minister Tlengwa, who is with us, and the team from the department. I also want to take this moment to greet our supreme audit institution in the country. I think Honorable Tlengwa, that's the language we use to use inside COPEC.
That's correct. That's
the
correct.
Supreme Audit Institution, the SAI.
Underlined Supreme.
So the SAI is led by Omam Matanzima, who is the business leader. I want to greet you and the team that you are with. You will obviously introduce the team to members. And greet all our administrators who are present here to give us the support, both from the department and both from the portfolio committee and other supporting institutions that are present in this platform. Honorable members, I have no intention to take much of your time. I'm going to request that we zoom straight there. If you can display the agenda bar. If you can do that, our meeting is simple and straightforward. We're going to receive the report on the annual financials or annual report of the Road Accident Fund, and then from there we'll then have we'll receive that brief of the Road Accident Fund from the Auditor-General South Africa. For the financial year 2024-2025. From there, we'll then receive a brief on the report by the department led by the Honorable Minister and the interim board. It's for the first time we are meeting with the board. I think I must also greet them, but when they come in, they'll be properly introduced because I think it will be our first interface and interaction with them. And then from there, we'll then deliberate. And after deliberation, we'll release the minister, the AG, and the team, and then we'll remain with the last item, the consideration and adoption of minutes of proceeding that will save you, Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the team from, and then we'll remain handling it. So I don't want to waste time. I want to give this moment to AG South Africa to greet and also to introduce the team and take us through. In that order.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Honorable Deputy Minister, and the department as a whole. Honor the Chair of the Board, of the Interim Board, together with all the members, management, and my fellow colleagues from the Auditor-General. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for the warm welcome as the Supreme Audit Institution. My name is Nombagamo Matanzima. I am the business unit leader that oversee the road accident fund audit as one of my portfolio. I'm not alone in this call. I do have Nicholas Mukwena, if you can show your face, who is the deputy business unit leader. That is actually the audit signatory of this audit for the road accident fund. Are also accompanied by Sipesihle Mlangeni, who is the audit senior manager, who will be leading us with the presentation today on the road accident fund audit outcomes. I also have Maud Madondo, who's the audit senior manager responsible for our IT audit. So this is our delegation from the Auditor-General. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for that. And without further ado, I do want us to start with the presentation from Mr. Mlangeni. If you can also present, and with the permission, I will hand over now to Sipesihle Mlangeni to take us through the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, as it pleases.
Morning, Chairperson and members. Honorable Chair, I will commence with the presentation. Slide number 2 is a reflection of our mission as the Auditor-General, which is the Auditor-General of South Africa has a constitutional mandate, and as a supreme audit institution of South Africa, it exists to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building public confidence. Honorable Chair, we are in the course of implementing an ambitious strategy called the Culture Shift Strategy. And the objective of the strategy is to move a critical mass of our auditees to behaviors characterized by performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity by the year 2030. The next slide, then, Honorable Chair, reflects the accountability ecosystem. Of significant importance in this ecosystem is the role of the oversight committee, such as the Portfolio Committee on Transport, as it has a responsibility to exercise oversight over national departments as well as their entities. This role is critical in ensuring that public entities and their departments continue to fulfill their mandate, and in doing so, drive performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. At the center of the accountability ecosystem is the Auditor-General, which has a responsibility of auditing national, provincial, and local government organs of state. In the course of exercising our role or delivering on our mandate, we share insight with a view of influencing the right actions to achieve the aspirations that I've spoken about of performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. Honorable Chair, a reflection of the recommendations that were made to the Portfolio Committee in 23-24, we had made 3 recommendations specifically relating to the Road Accident Fund. The first recommendation related to the accounting standards, which was that the Road Accident Fund needed to revert to using accounting standards approved by the ASB to account for provision for outstanding claims. And the recommendation, of course, to the Portfolio Committee was oversight over this aspect. Our reflection in terms of how this has turned out, this recommendation has not been implemented in respect of the 24-25 financial year. This is because the Road Accident Fund continued to use the principles of an inappropriate accounting standards called IPSAS 42, a standard for social benefits, in its accounting policy for claims liabilities and related expenditure. And then the second recommendation was the reviewing of performance indicators and targets to ensure that key service delivery mandates are reflected in the planning documents and reported on in the annual performance report. This recommendation was implemented by the Road Accident Fund with the amendment of its 24-25 APP, as well as a 25-26 APP, together with the strategic plan for the 5-year period 2025 to 2029. The last recommendation spoke to taking effective steps to fill key vacancies with appropriate skills and address transition in supply chain management, and which will then also have an impact on the implementation of consequence management. And our reflection on this, Honorable Chair, is that this has not yet been implemented, given that key vacant positions of Chief Claims Officer, Chief Corporate Support Officer, and Head of Legal remain vacant during the 24-25 financial year. And also there were repeat findings in the area of procurements, given the transgressions that were identified and reported in our management and audit reports. Honorable Chair, then the next slide is just a reflection of the audit outcomes, specifically the stagnation in audit outcomes when you look at the 24-25 against the 23-24 audit outcomes, which remain stagnant as adverse with findings. This is mainly due to the inappropriate use of IPSAS 42, as I highlighted when I spoke about the implementation of prior recommendations. And this inappropriate accounting standard has led to an adverse opinion in relation to the financial statements. It also then led to non-compliance with PFMA, specifically Section 55(1)(b) of the PFMA, which require that public entities prepare financial statements in accordance with the generally recognized accounting practice. Honorable Chair, we also then identified material misstatements in relation to completeness of irregular expenditure. This was because not all instances of irregular expenditure that we identified were disclosed in the financial statements. There were instances that were identified under which disagreement arose in previous years, and the processes which are outlined in the PFMA reporting framework were not adhered to in terms of timelines to complete the assessment and the other remaining processes of determination and implementation of consequence management. As such, the disclosure of irregular expenditure in the annual financial statement and by extension in the annual report of the Road Accident Fund is not complete. Honorable Chair, we also then attributed these significant findings to lack of implementation of measures to ensure that the financial statements are prepared in accordance with a standard that has been approved by the Accounting Standards Board. And in relation to procurement and contract management, this was due to lack of monitoring of compliance with supply chain management regulations. We reported a material non-compliance under procurement and contract management, where we identified that some contracts were awarded to bidders based on evaluation criteria which differed to those stipulated in the original tender documents. The next slide, Chair, just reflects on the culture against the 4 pillars that I spoke to earlier on, the pillar of performance, transparency, accountability, and institutional integrity. I'll start with transparency. And this pillar is critical in relation to documentation that must be presented to the users of the financial statements and the users of the annual performance report in terms of whether that information can be relied on. Under transparency, we raise concerns pertaining to the continued use of IPSAS 42 to account for claims, liabilities, and related expenditure, which then led to an adverse opinion. So our concerns pertaining to transparency is that when the annual report or the annual financial statements of the Road Accident Fund are looked at by users such as the Portfolio Committee, there would be concerns pertaining to credibility of the financial statements, because the financial statements do not contain all of the claims liabilities that ought to be included because of the standard that is used, which then limits the extent to which claims are recognized in the financial statements. From a performance perspective, we noted that 80%, more than 80% of the targets, specifically 85% of the targets, were achieved. However, of concern is that there's 2 critical targets which are fundamental to the mandate of the Road Accident Fund, which were not achieved. The first target is the percentage of all new personal claims settled within 120 days. And the second indicator is the percentage reduction of 3-year-old open claims. From an accountability perspective, we had concerns pertaining to adherence to supply chain management prescript, given that we reported a material non-compliance on procurement and contract management. From an institutional integrity perspective, we also raised concerns, and this is linked to material irregularities that were reported to the Accounting Authority of the Road Accident Fund, which are linked to inadequate system of internal control, which resulted in duplicate payments and diversion of funds to unauthorized bank accounts. I will unpack this later on. So the root causes for the culture that we've just reflected on across the 4 pillars is the lack of responsiveness to address findings on inappropriate use of IPSAS 42, it's the vacancies in key positions, weakening the control environment, it's inadequate controls over the claims payment process, and then lastly, the lack of accountability and transparency in addressing supply chain management transgression and reporting irregular expenditure that arose from transgressions from supply chain management matters. I'll skip the recommendations at this point. I will reflect on them at a later stage. When one then looks at the financial statements of the Road Accident Fund and the financial management controls that underpin the preparation of the financial statements and other controls that ought to exist on a monthly or quarterly basis, from a proper record-keeping perspective, there are some minor aspects that needs to be looked at to ensure that there's proper record keeping that exists in the environment from a daily and monthly controls perspective, and that includes matters pertaining to reconciliations. There are also some areas of improvements that the entity would need to work on. Areas of concern where we found that the controls were poor is the area of year-end and in-year reporting. This is linked to the inappropriate use of the standard IPSAS 42 to account for claims liabilities and claims expenditure. From a review and monitor compliance perspective, we also found that this was poor. There is a causal link between this and the in-year and year-end reporting, in that the material non-compliance reported in relation to the preparation of financial statements is due to the inappropriate use of the principles of IPSAS 42 to account for claims liabilities and expenditure. So there has been no significant improvement in terms of the controls that underpin the preparation of financial statements. Also, when you look at the quality of the financial statements, it has remained as poor, largely because of the inappropriate use of IPSAS 42. Of course, there's an additional aspect in the 24-25, which relates to the disclosure of irregular expenditure, as I highlighted that not all instances of irregular expenditure were disclosed in other financial statements. So the impact is that Road Accident Fund continues to have an adverse opinion, which then affects the ability of the users to make informed decisions around how the Road Accident Fund is performing from a financial management perspective. The next slide, Honorable Chair, reflects on performance planning and reporting for service delivery. The performance report of the Road Accident Fund have remained fairly good, with no material misstatements having been, material findings having been reported in the auditor's report, although there was one material misstatement pertaining to an indicator that was revised during the year, which had not been disclosed in accordance with the annual report guide. However, because management subsequently corrected the disclosure, we did not raise a material finding in the auditor's report, although there was a material misstatement that was identified and then corrected by management. On compliance with key legislation, compliance remains in the red, and that is because in the 23-24 and 24-25, the Road Accident Fund had material findings on compliance with key legislation. In 23-24, the material finding was on the quality of financial statements, and then in 24-25, there was an additional aspect in the form of procurement and contract management that was also reported in the auditor's report. The causes of these compliance findings is low response by the accounting authority to address previously reported deficiencies on the inappropriate use of IPSAS 42, insufficient oversight over compliance with laws and regulations, and as well as related internal control, and then the slow implementation by management in dealing with actions relating to addressing previously reported deficiencies on supply chain management, as well as ensuring that where instances of non-compliance have an irregular impact, the assessment is concluded timelessly and determination tests are also finalized. The impact of this is that the financial statements provided were not prepared in line with the PFMA. There's an increased irregular expenditure due to transgressions with supply chain management regulations, and then broadly procurement activities undertaken are not fair. And that is because most of the compliance findings that we identified were due to or attributable to the pillar of fairness. Then moving on to slide number 10, which is performance against target. Here, Honorable Chair, we've just reflected on some of the key targets on the annual performance plan and a highlight of targets that were not achieved and an overall achievement rate of the Road Accident Fund. I did highlight earlier on that the achievement rate was at 85% and that there were two key targets that were not achieved, being the percentage reduction of 3 all open claims, and the underachievement of this target was attributable to a large number of historic claims that were not processed due to inadequate information required to finalize the claim. So there were pending documentation that were necessary to be able to finalize the claims, which are in the backlog. And then the other target was the percentage of all personal claims settled within 120 days. The underachievement in relation to this target was there were instances where attorneys were not willing to accept offers that the Road Accident Fund had made within 120 days, which then resulted in an underachievement of this target. The impact of the underachievement of these two critical targets is that it continues to have a negative ripple effect on the lived experiences of the claimants who continue to wait for their claims to be finalized. In relation to procurement and contract management, the status of compliance is that in the 24-25, as highlighted earlier on, we had a material finding. So if we look at the various buckets of procurement findings, we have unfair procurement processes, deviations to single source, contract management, and appointment of suppliers without non-compliant tax status. So when we look at the findings that we raised in the 24-25, those that resulted in material findings were due to unfair procurement processes. There were findings relating to deviations through single source in the previous year. However, we did not find any in the 24-25. From a contract management perspective, in both financial years, we did identify and report findings on contract management, although they were not material to elevate to the auditor's report. On the appointment of suppliers with non-compliant tax status, there were non-material findings in the previous year. There were none identified in the 24-25 financial year. Our observation specifically as we zoom into 24-25 is that there were 3 instances of bidders who were non-compliant against the specified mandatory technical requirements, and that those bidders were not disqualified, and the value relating to such procurement was 79.06 million. There was one instance where a bidder who met the specified mandatory and technical requirement was unfairly disqualified to the value of 37.14 million. We also had 2 instances under quotations where non-compliance was identified, and the aggregate value for those 2 quotations was an amount of 268,000 rands. And then lastly, there's an instance of expenditure on a contract where the expenditure incurred exceeded the contract value, and the excess in terms of exceeding the contract value was 196,000 rands. The impact of transgression with supply chain management is that it breaches the 5 pillars of procurement, which in the Constitution being the pillar of fair, transparent, equitable, competitive, or cost effectiveness broadly, but specifically in terms of these matters that we identified at the Road Accident Fund, they were more on the fairness pillar than the other pillars. A reflection, Honorable Chair, on consequence management and how the irregular expenditure balance of the Road Accident Fund has been dealt with. From 2020-21 to 24-25, the irregular expenditure increased from 435 million to 459 million. Important to note with this balance, Honorable Chair, is that it is not complete, as I've highlighted, that there's quite a number of instances of irregular expenditure that was identified during the audit, which were not processed and finalized and confirmed as irregular expenditure in accordance with the processes of management. And also in the annual report of the Road Accident Fund, there's 52.71 million of irregular expenditure that is still under assessment. And this then has an impact in terms of the completeness of the irregular expenditure and also timely implementation of consequence management, as confirmation of irregular expenditure is necessary to enable other steps along the value chain of irregular expenditure as outlined in the PFMA compliance and reporting framework to take place. In terms of the irregular expenditure, a balance of 459 million that has not been dealt with, there's 412.6 million relating to 12 instances that have been submitted for condonation to National Treasury. The biggest portion of that amount is irregular expenditure of 362 million relating to Project Sienza, which was identified in the 2017-18 audit. There's irregular expenditure amounting to 46.4 million, which is under determination, and there's 6 instances linked to that. And then lastly, irregular expenditure in the process of recovery is only 211,000 rand. And this has been referred for disciplinary procedures and recovery assessments within the Road Accident Fund. When we look at annual fruitless and wasteful expenditure, for 24-25, the annual fruitless and wasteful expenditure was at 6.4 million, and the 6.4 million was due to duplicate, wrong, and overpayments of claims that were made by the Road Accident Fund officials in the course of processing claims. This amount has also been raised as a material irregularity and communicated to the accounting authority. And I'll further unpack on that later on. The impact of this fruitless and wasteful expenditure is that it resulted in a financial loss of 6.4 million, which is the cumulative unrecovered amount. I must highlight, Honorable Chair, that of the 6.4, only 1.5 related to 24-25, and the other portion relates to expenditure that we incurred in previous years in terms of duplicate payments. From a governance, institutional capability and capacity perspective, when one looks into the governance structures, we raised the fact that there was non-compliance with the Road Accident Fund Act for 11 of the 12 months in relation to a representative from the Department of Transport. So the Road Accident Fund requires that in the board, there needs to be one board member who is deployed or who is a representative of the Department of Transport. So for the 24-25, for 11 months, such individual was not part of the board. And broadly on the audit committee, we found that the audit committee was not effective in exercising oversight over the financial statements preparation process due to continued use of inappropriate accounting standards to account for claims, liabilities, and related expenditure. Just a highlight here, Chairperson, is that the audit committee that we are referring to is the audit committee that was part of the board that was dissolved in July of 2025. And then institutional capacity and capability. There were key vacant positions that remain unfilled, including the position of Chief Claims Officer, as well as the position of Chief Corporate Support Officer and the Head of Legal. When we look at capacity of legal representation, we also noted concerns, given that when one looks at the ratio of legal representatives against the number of cases that are assigned to them, we found that the ratio was 1 legal representative being responsible for, on average, 1,500 cases. We have also then attributed this to the increase in default judgments, which rose sharply from 1.64 billion in 23-24 to 3.99 billion in 24-25. We also, Honorable Chairperson, raised concerns considering the number of employees who are on suspension for an extended period of time, and this exceeded period of time is periods that would exceed timelines that are specified in the REF policy for consequence management or REF policy for disciplinary processes. These several employees have been on suspension, some as far back as 2021, and we found that their cases are neither at the Labour Court nor at the CCMA, which means that the processes are not moving. They're not being delayed because of processes that are in the Labour Court or CCMA. The aggregate remuneration that was paid to these officials stood at 21.1 million as at the end of March 2025. Now, when we look at the root causes for this governance and institutional capacity and capability concerns, the Accounting Authority did not exercise adequate oversight over the filling of key positions, and there was ineffective oversight by the Accounting Authority to address capacity constraints in the legal representation. And the conclusion of consequence management was an area that did not receive the necessary oversight to ensure that the processes are concluded in a timely manner, and expenditure in the form of remuneration paid to officials that are on suspension for an extended period of time is reduced. The impact of this is that the absence of a Department of Transport representation may negatively affect the interface between the Accounting Authority as well as the Department of Transport. Capacity constraints in legal representation also increase the risk of default judgment, and then failure to complete suspensions in accordance with the timelines that are articulated in the disciplinary policy and code may result in financial losses for the Road Accident Fund. Financial sustainability slide reflects the growing balance of accumulated deficit for the Road Accident Fund, noting that these are values when one uses the financial figures prepared in accordance with the IPSAS 42 accounting standards. So we have in the auditor's report of the Road Accident Fund reported a material uncertainty, which is a paragraph that draws the attention of the users about risk factors pertaining to the ability of the Road Accident Fund to pay liabilities as they fall to unpayable. This emphasis of meta paragraph is critical to ensure that all users are aware of the financial risk that the Road Accident Fund may face. However, it is included in audit reports where we have, as the auditors, satisfied ourselves that the disclosure of these key factors has been made adequately by management. Just a reflection on the growing balance of accumulated deficit, Honorable Chair. It reflects a growing balance, and it is critical that these be taken into consideration against the fact that the liability may be much higher than reflected in the annual financial statements, given the inappropriate use of IPSAS 42. I think it is an important point to just highlight. And then from an annual deficit perspective, the Road Accident Fund had a deficit of 2.3 billion in the 24-25 financial year, which is a regression from the 1.6 billion deficit reported in 23-24. In relation to material irregularities, which I touched on earlier in the presentation, and I undertook to unpack it as I continue with this presentation. Just a reflection on what a material irregularity is. It is an non-compliance with or contravention of legislation, fraud, theft, or breach of fiduciary duty identified during an audit performed under the Public Audit Act that resulted in or is likely to result in a material financial loss, the misuse or loss of a material public resource, or substantial harm to a public sector institution or the general public. So the powers that were given by this Parliament in April of 2019 to the Auditor-General was, one, to refer material irregularities to relevant public bodies for further investigations. The second one is recommend actions in the auditor's report to resolve the material irregularity. And then take binding remedial action for failure to implement recommendations. So there's a link between the recommendation and taking binding remedial action. In an event that the recommendations are not implemented within the timelines that the Auditor-General would have set, then the next step would be to take binding remedial action for failure to implement such recommendation. And then the last stage is the issuing of a certificate of debt, and that applies in a case where the material irregularity identified had a financial loss impact. In the case of the Road Accident Fund, there were two material irregularities that were identified. The first one is interception of payments, where 35.6 million was lost by the entity through diversion of payments, where the banking details were altered, resulting to funds being paid to unauthorized bank accounts. The second material irregularities, duplicate payments of 6.4 million, which I also highlighted in the slide for fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In terms of actions that has been taken by the auditee, the prevention of financial loss from taking place is zero. That is because the loss did take place. 35.6 million was lost and 6.4 million was lost. And in relation to financial loss in the process of recovery, there's an approximate of 17 million that has been preserved through the asset forfeiture unit. That is linked to the interception of payments of 35.6, which is in the process of recovery. There is no loss that has actually been recovered and paid back into the Road Accident Fund. In terms of investigations that are instituted, there's one investigation that was instituted in relation to the interception of payments. And we have found that internal controls and processes have not been improved to a point of preventing further recurrence. So our observation from an MI process is that no action has been taken to implement new controls that would definitely prevent the recurrence of duplicate payments. Controls to prevent the recurrence of diversion of funds were assessed as inadequate, and there were no definitive timelines that were attached to processes that will ensure that controls are implemented such that the risk of continued losses is mitigated. Persons responsible for the material irregularity relating to duplicate payments have not been identified. And then the last part is plans to recover duplicate payments are the same as processes which have previously not worked. And that included issuing of letters of demand with no clear follow-up processes. So our recommendation to the Portfolio Committee is that the Portfolio Committee should regularly follow up with the Executive Authority and Accounting Authority on the implementation of controls to prevent similar instances, the implementation of consequence management, and the recovery of the financial loss suffered by the Road Accident Fund. This table also just reflects on the process that I've just outlined, the issuing of the notification on the 15th of September, as well as a description of the MI being the duplicate payment, as well as the interception or the diversion of payments through unauthorized change in banking details. So where we are with the process is that upon issuing the notification and receiving the responses of the accounting authority, we assess the proposed actions and we concluded that appropriate actions are not being taken. So what this means is that overall, the actions that were planned and submitted as part of the response were assessed to not going to result in the material irregularity being resolved, meaning it will not result in the recovery or in controls being improved or in consequence management being taken in a timely manner. The next stage would then be the structures within AGSA, which are delegated to make decisions on this process, would decide on the next course of action, which may either be the inclusion of recommendation in the 25-26 audit report, the referral of the material irregularity to a public body for investigation, or performing an investigation by the Auditor-General in terms of Section 5.1d of the Public Audit Act. The next slide, Honorable Chair, reflect on Project Bukamoso, which is the Integrated Claims Management System, a project which was implemented by the Road Accident Fund to modernize the claims management system with a budget of 841 million. In terms of the expenditure that has been incurred under this project, 436 million had been spent as at the end of March, which represents 52% of the total budget of 841 million. What we found in the audit of Project Bukamoso is that there's certain key functions that are still being handled manually, notwithstanding that the overall objective of the project is to modernize and automate claims management processes. We found that there's reassignment of claims by unauthorized staff. There's certain elements that are malfunctioning, including the medical assessment forms and the use of external email platforms to communicate on matters pertaining to the use of the system. We've also noted that medical personnel did not fully utilize the ICMS features such as notifications, activity tracking, and as such, they relied on manual communications method in the course of using the system. In the 23-24 financial year, we had raised risk with management pertaining to the progress on the implementation of the ICMS, and the risk that we had raised included repeated delays in the go-live date. So there were timelines that were set at the beginning of the project, and those timelines were that phase 1 would be implemented by October 2023. However, that timeline was not met. It was revised to April of 2024, and that timeline was still not met. Eventually, phase 1 was rolled out in September of 2024 at the Manlin and Gauteng regions. And in March of 2025, it was then rolled out at the coastal regions. Phase 2 of ICMS was planned for implementation in September 2024, and the revised date is December of 2025. So that was the first risk that was raised. We also raised the risk of poor user adoption due to limited training and engagement on the system. And then lastly, the issue pertaining to the legal non-compliance, as the system is built on the basis of the REF1 form, which has been a subject of litigation, with the High Court ruling that the REF1 form is not a legal process. We understand that the Road Accident Fund has taken the matter for review in the Supreme Court of Appeal. And this means that should the legal process rule that the REF1 form is still not a legal process, it would mean that the system overall may be inadequate on the basis that it is based on this REF1 form. So there is a critical aspect and risk that we have highlighted to management and the accounting authority, as it poses a significant risk around the success of the integrated claims management system. The root causes for these issues that we have highlighted in relation to ICMS, Honorable Chair, is that there were gaps in the adherence of standard project governance protocols, which may have impact on oversight, decision-making, and risk mitigation in the initial phase of the rollout of the ICMS. And the impact is that continued reliance on manual processes undermines the intended benefits of automation. We are implementing an automation project, and you continue to see manual processes. Overall, the objective then of the whole project is brought into question. It brings into question the overall objective. There's still inefficiencies, given that there's still manual processes which are executed in parallel to what the system is seeking to achieve. And it then exposes the Road Accident Fund to human error in an event that manual processes continue to be applied. I've also spoke to the issue of the REF1 form, which has been a subject of litigation, and there's a process underway in the Supreme Court of Appeal on this matter. Our recommendation is that the accounting authority should enhance oversight over project governance to improve user adoption of the ICMS, prevent further delays, and ensure legal compliance with the REF Act. More so because this is now dependent on the court process that is currently underway. Honorable Chair, the Portfolio Committee message for the 24-25 financial year, I'm not going to highlight the key root causes. As I was presenting, I did highlight them, but I just want to highlight the overall message that we have as AGSA to the Portfolio Committee. The first one is monitoring and following up with the Executive Authority and Accounting Authority on measures taken to address the use of inappropriate accounting standards for claims liabilities and the achievement of key service delivery targets. The second one is monitoring and following up on measures put in place by the Accounting Authority to address the institutional capacity and capability, including the filling of key vacant positions, resolving the capacity constraint in legal representation, as well as dealing with the issue of long outstanding suspensions. The third one is monitoring and following up on measures taken to address institutional integrity by preventing transgressions of supply chain management prescripts, as well as confirming irregular expenditure to enable timely implementation of consequence management, as well as a disclosure of such irregular expenditure. And then the last one is on measures taken to resolve the material irregularities, ensuring that they are implemented and consequence management is taken against identified officials. Chairperson, this brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, team. Matanzima, you want to say something before I allow members to come in?
Thank you, Chair. No, we will take your comments as well as the questions now. Thank you so much, Chair.
If you can go to your exiting slide, I want to see something.
Then go spare to the next slide. Yeah, this one, Chair.
Yeah. I'm interested more in the recommendations, the problems of this entity we now know. Okay. Maybe let me allow members to come in, and then we'll then come back. Honorable members, there you are. Montana, then Honorable Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, and good morning to colleagues, honorable members, and the team from the AG.
Dr. Onsina, you'll come in.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable after Honorable Ghana. Thank you, Chairperson.
I see Honorable Montana, sorry for disrupting you. I was noting that the Honorable Nsingha I see is and Honorable Company gonna be the last. Don't worry. We are all in. I'm so sorry for that, Honorable Montana. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine, Chair. It's not the issue. Chair, let me give my thing. You know, I'm just worried. You know, auditors must help us. Must help us as Parliament, must help decision makers, must help users of the reports. But auditors must be very careful because on what they select and what they don't select, send a message. You know, I'll tell you now that reading the reports and listening to this presentation, Mema Tanzim, I'm actually shocked. And you remember I was there at the auditor at Scopa when you guys made the presentation. And one of the major things I asked, it was on the day that the Accounting Standards Board was there. I actually raised the fact that how does the Accounting Standard Board look at REF? And despite the fact that they were encouraging the REF to continue using the current system, they were not themselves ready about what is the appropriate system. You know, I look at the issues that you are dealing with as to what is central to the REF mandate. I'll tell you now, that if you look at the mandate of the REF, you look at the burden that is carrying of claims, your work will be incomplete and will not give us a true picture. As long as you don't audit, for example, the biggest cost that goes to currently we're busy with lizards. The crocodiles are sitting on the banks of the river, to use that analogy. You know, the fact that you don't even make any comment on the issue of the legal fees, on medical costs, for me tells me the big problem that we're facing. And until such time that the Auditor General decide to do also the right thing, and I don't think that you should present us with a narrative, because with a narrative that you think sounds good for us, but it's not helping us. You know, I sat on the SCOPA process, listening carefully to what you're saying, listening to what the Accounting Standard Board is saying, and all of those things. Now, if you look at some of the issues that you're raising, let's accept that. Let's accept maybe the issue where I agree is that the issue about the accounting standard may not have been handled in the right way. But it tells us that we still have a duty, particularly for this portfolio committee, when it looks at pieces of legislation, to make sure that we've got a sustainable road accident scheme that meets the requirements of the victims. But we want you to extend the thing to analyze whether the legal and medical costs, which are actually the bulk of what this entity pays, whether it is, because if you don't want to deal with that, because the people who provide these services happen to be powerful, and then you're going to focus on administrative matters, then you're not helping us. So I want to make this point. And secondly, the point that you're making about the Public Accounts Accounts Act, so rather Public Audit Act. You see, when that act was passed to give teeth to the Auditor General, it was not meant also to be used as an instrument to fight political battles. And I'll tell you now that the things that you have mentioned that you want to deal with them, in the bigger scheme of things, an entity that has got 40 billion rands, a Schedule 3A or 2A, I think that you could see that it doesn't even arise. So this presentation for me, Chair, and the report that I read, I mean, I look at the amounts. That some of them, I ask myself, even though the auditors have got the right to dig deeper, but I ask myself, materiality. I mean, I see 211. I am told that some of the tenders, from a fairness point of view, were dealt differently. I ask myself, what is the number of those? Not some. What is the actual number of these tenders? Because we may be dealing with 3 tenders, and you elevate them, a loss where people commit crime and steal money, for example, through accounts. We know that that's in the case that they're dealing with all of those things. So for me, from where I sit, I want to be very clear. I mean, finally, of course, the issue about the accounting, or rather the material irregularities that I mentioned, especially when we deal with how you account for liabilities. You know, when I listened at the SCOPA hearing, it was like REF was adopting a different standard to hide these liabilities. And I find it so illogical. Something so comical, because before you apply even your standards, the number of these claims you are able to do. But I think the auditors must be very careful, because what they're going to do, particularly in how when they deal with performance targets, that target that you're talking about, that is key about how we process within 12 months. You also do not want a lot of fraudulent claims to come into the process, and all of those things. Because we've seen, for example, lawyers, unscrupulous lawyers, medical service providers doing terrible things. We've seen that. So I think some of the things that you are saying, you are ignoring certain things and focusing on other things. And I want to be very clear, Chair, as I close, that the Auditor General must help us. and consistently remain professional in how it deals with these issues. The selection of others to beat up drums, some of them on which of course would have come into matters of emphasis, them being drummed for that the Public Audit Act says these things. I don't think we should accept that, because we are going to deal with a piece of legislation. The real challenge of REF is a financial burden that is facing, because, and we need to review that and understand why the board of REF, the one that has been fired, because I asked even the Accounting Standard Board, I said, you are helping the boards and these entities with setting up the standards. But ultimately, these boards, if they've been given a legal mandate, they've got the legal mandate to sustain these entities. They can engage with the Accounting Standard Board and say, look, we think there's a problem, and we act in the best of interest of this entity, and we need to take this direction. Now, the auditors must always be. I mean, when you say on this system that is being introduced, and you say to us that it raises the issue about the very objective of why you need that system, that's not an auditor's call. That is a management call. You audit that, not you making a call around that. Yeah. So, Chair, all in all, I'm saying
I decided not to time you, but
okay. Let me
be mindful of my generosity.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me not abuse it. Thank you very much. But, Chair, I'm simply saying I'm not rejecting the report. I welcome the presentation, but I don't think that it is giving us the information in a balanced way that will assist this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Montana. Makashule Ghana. The platform is yours.
Thanks very much, Chair. I will not get into what Honorable Matuna is saying. I will not reflect on my good friend Tan. Just to say, I appreciate the report, and one will say that the current SCOPA hearing onto the affairs of RAF might it's also indicating that there might have been a certain whether it's contracts or whatever at the supply chain, which on the face of it it passes whatever requirements, but then they might not be working in the right way. Maybe for the AG to reflect, because when I read this report and I take into account what's currently happening at SCOPA, is to say, have we just scratched the surface insofar as this particular entity is concerned? Accepting that you might have wanted to ask the right questions, but the people that were to answer those questions were no longer there. The people that were to answer the questions were no longer there because of everything that's happening there. And we'll come to it, Chair, when the department and RAF come to it. But maybe for me to understand, insofar as this changing of bank accounts, what did you find there in that particular space? And I think Montana will have raised, which is a very interesting one in terms of the legal unit. I know that you have raised the issue around the vacancies of the head of legal. Maybe you can give it a bit of color in terms of what that has done for the entity in a negative way, because it can be positive. And also, but no, this is not for you to answer, and might very well be the question to be asked next time around all these acting acting appointments that were happening there. So if we're to take out this the current standoff on the accounting standards, if you were to assess RAF and its affairs outside of the accounting standards, what is your verdict on this institution? Because that for me it's very important. But Chair, appreciate this. It helps us in our next engagement with the board and the department, insofar as RAF is concerned. But maybe reflection in terms of both the legal unit or the appetite for litigiousness. I think there might be that word. Montana knows English better than me. There seems to be an appetite like this appetite for taking everything to court, or when there's an attempt to correct RAF, everything has to go to court, whether it's the people that have been on suspension, even the CCMA, the courts have ruled that they need to come back. What are you finding insofar as the litigiousness, or what did you find? Because I take it that this is before. What did you find insofar as the root cause of the culture of litigiousness that exists within the Road Accident Fund? Thanks very much, Chair. I reserve all my questions for the next conversation, Chair.
Honorable Ghana. Honorable Dr. Chris Onsinger.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You'll be followed by Ntandoma Duna.
Thank you. It's a worthy follow-up. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the AG report. I think it's a very appropriate and a very balanced report, given the assignment of the AG who reports to a portfolio committee. The requirements, I may want to remind members, is to make sure that everything is aligned to government policy. It is a financial and a service delivery performance nature report. And lastly, some key observations is allowed for in the scope of such a report. So in essence, 3 elements: an analysis, findings, and opinion. And I think this report absolutely qualifies for the requirements to the portfolio committee. Chairperson, I have 2 questions. The first question relates to the remark and the observation from the report of non-disclosure of irregular expenditure. It has been highlighted in a couple of the slides, but I would like to know to what extent was there any consideration to also include the content of amounts which was reflected in the SIU report of several alternative RAF bank accounts with Investec ranging from 1 million to over 100 million. Was this part of the findings? How was it treated? More specifically, is it reflected in the financial statements? Because in essence, it should be shown as a current asset since it is a liquid asset. The second question, Chairperson, relates to the remark of slow implementation action to address supplier, specifically supply chain management deficiencies. If it is a slow implementation, does it span over several years, or is it within this financial year, or is it from the previous findings to this financial year? So could we get a time range that this remark applies to, so that we can assess from that how systemic in nature this remark really is? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Madun. If you can't unmute, you run a risk of forfeiting your moment. Honorable Madun. Oh.
Chair, you can't use technology, Chair.
You are busy abusing Montana in the inbox chat. You can't unmute.
Technology is a problem.
Yeah, no,
no, bro. Good morning, Chair. Chair, I won't belong as well. I won't provide that state of the nation.
Don't qualify how long you are going to speak. Just speak, my man.
No, Chair. I just want to check with AG. AG, I want to check on deviations, particularly. I did not see anything on your report. Did you get any, or did you pinpoint any findings on deviations? I'm raising this because I've seen the number of their deviation register in the past the financial years, and it appears to me that there are a lot of deviations that I will not necessarily emergency or otherwise. I just wanted to check on that. Do you have any findings on deviation? And in line with that, what was your, perhaps if you had a sample on them, how big was the sample?
In that order, Honorable Malmat will be the last one.
Yellow Chair. Chairperson, as I appreciate the report, the presentation, I would like to check, Chair, as to why the department continues to use inappropriate accounting standards. I've been looking at this, that in the past 3 years, excuse me, it has been just business as usual. And how can we ensure that the department develops the accounting policy for claims, liabilities, and expenditure? And at the same time, Chair, Chair, I would like to check whether is there a particular challenge in using the generally recognized accounting practice that is GRAPS, because as much as they have not given us an elaborated report on the failure to manage their assets, we are aware that when you talk GRAP 17, it's the one that enables the institution to manage assets and liabilities. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Malmaja. Thanks very much, Honorable Goba. Honorable Malmaja.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity and welcome the presentations. Chair, let me start by putting this up front. And a very logic example. If as a person you are sent to go and purchase some items, and you deliberately on your way back home throw away the receipts and everything, and when you are questioned, the answer is, no, I've thrown them away. To those that will think that you are a clean person, you want a clean environment, they will say, no, you did not want to bring dirty things in the house. But those that understand what you are doing, they will tell you that you are trying to deal with the information. You know, it's quite disturbing that time and again, when we are to meet with this entity, the likes of this one, I mean, there are drastic changes that some other people, when they land here, it won't be easy for them to account to us. As if what is the hurry that cannot even wait until we meet today, and so that at the end of the day, we get more information from those who were within and who were dealing with this matter to the core. That I want to register, Chair, as a fewer things that I will want to really ask. You know, Chair, let me deal with this issue of the claimants. There are people who are waiting for years. And this issue of the backlog and up to until to 4.4 billion, it affects a number of people, including those who are doing business. And we are saying we want to assist people to make business so that they create jobs. But if they will wait forever and end up closing their firms, closing their whatever that is giving close to 10 people job, it is a problem. I'll therefore, Chair, want them to provide a detailed strategy to deal with this backlog, especially of the claimants. It can't be correct when there's an accident of a bus to Zimbabwe. Millions is out to give these people, some who are very illegal. But people who have done work, who have assisted, who are contributing to the economy, are not given that priority, and there's no sense of agency in dealing with that. The other thing is how do they plan to address the matter of attorneys reluctant with the 15% proposal of all new claimants to be settled within 120 days. Then my last one, Chair, you'll pardon me when I represent the masses on things that are really questionable. I have this energy. Share with us, how are you are you aware that the continued usage of International Public Sector Accounting Standard, that is IPSAS, is the one that is causing the following, Honorable Chair. The irregular expenditure incurred during the 2024-2025 and 2023-2024 financial period, which was not included in the notes to the financial statement as required by Section 55.2A of the Public Finance Management Act. Let me pause there, Chair. I just wanted to give a scenario that as much we get this presentation, it's really not creating a good picture in the public, especially when we're dealing with Honorable Chair, and especially when we deal with these numbers. And the issue is, how do you deal with this deficit? If they can just outline me on that one, I'll be at ease. Thank you so much, Chair.
Much appreciated, Honorable Malmaja. Honorable members, thanks very much, all of you, for your questions and your inputs. I'm going to allow our Supreme Audit Institution, Auditor-General South Africa, to respond. Through you, Nompaka Mumatanzi.
Thank you so much, honorable members, for the question. I will start, and also the team as well will also assist in responding to some of the questions from the honorable members. Just from the question relating to, I think there was no question from Honorable Montana, but I do want to state that our audit, we always do our audit in a professional manner, and we are reporting in terms of what is required by us in terms of our work as the Auditor-General. In line with the Public Audit Act, we do audit the 3 areas, which is financial statements, of which we have identified errors there, and then we've communicated those to the committee, We also audited the performance information, where we raised the matters where the key indicators were not achieved, that are speaking to the mandate of the REF, and also on the areas of compliance where there was non-compliance, and where they were done well, we have elevated those matters. So there was a balanced reporting in that regard. Just to Honorable Ghana, in terms of the changing of the bank details, I think you asked about what was the real issue. The real issue there, I think there was an IT security breach occurred on the subsystem, where the file that was sent to the bank for payment, I think on the way to the bank, we do not know where it happened. The bank accounts were altered, resulting to the amounts being paid to fictitious vendor accounts. And this matter, Honorable Chair Ghana, it is currently being investigated by REF. So more details probably can be in terms of the status of that investigation. In terms of the vacancies of the head of legal, yes, it is a very key a key vacant position that is requiring and to be filled because of the litigious nature of the road accident fund, and also the lawyers that are involved in terms of the claims. So it is important that vacancies need to be filled because it does affect how the legal matters of REF are being handled if that position is not filled timelessly. So that's really the matter relating to that position. It is quite key in that environment. From the disclosure, Honorable Hansang, from the disclosure of the irregular expenditure, in the previous years, there were matters that were raised from the Auditor-General that they were supposed to be irregular expenditure. However, management disagreed. They disputed those matters. In terms of the current National Treasury framework, if there's a disputed matter in terms of irregular expenditure, there's a process that is required to be followed. And one of the process is they need to assess, the compliant unit need to assess those disputed irregular expenditures. There's a specific, and also they need to formally raise the matters with National Treasury. What we've noted that all the matters that were disputed in the previous years and were disclosed under assessment, in the following years, they were not addressed, and they were never raised with the National Treasury, and those matters needs to be assessed as well as concluded within 3 months. In this area, in terms of road accident fund, those matters were not closed nor followed up with National Treasury so that they can give and confirm those irregular expenditure. So that's the matter relating to that, and therefore there should have been irregular expenditure and should have been disclosed as such in the financial statements, of which they did not. So the completeness of what is currently sitting in the financial statements is incomplete. And then in terms of the slow implementation of the supply chain management processes, if you look at the slide of the consequence management, there has been a lot of irregular expenditure coming from the previous years, where the investigations are not yet finalized. Some of them are coming from Project CNZA since 17-18, and those matters still have not been closed in 24-25. So there is a slow implementation in terms of the investigations that pertains to the irregular expenditures. And the other one is relating to the matter in terms of the irregular expenditures that are disputed, that are not being followed through the process through the National Treasury and are not closed on time. So from the Honorable Ngopano, in terms of the continued use of the IPSIS 42, that matter, Honorable, as we all know, it is still in the matter that is currently in the courts. They continue to use the IPSIS 42, I think, because the matter is still in courts. Maybe they want the courts to decide which standard they need to use. But we do always communicate with management as well as the board on the inappropriate use of that standard. But that matter is still in the courts, and therefore I think that's why they still continue to use because they still believe that they can use that standard. And then in terms of Honorable Malimacha, yes, you are correctly stated so. Hence, we brought those key indicators that were not achieved relating to the payments being made within 120 days and also the clearance of the backlog. It is a matter that we always raise because it is the key mandate of the Road Accident Fund. If those matters are not achieved, then that means the fulfillment of the key mandate of the REF is not being adhered to. But I will just pause there and then allow the team to also add Nicholas and then specifically to follow through. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
In that order.
Yes. No, thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you so much, honorable members, for the comments and questions. Yes, I think in relation to the comments and the questions from the Honorable Montana, yes, I think as Mpagam indicated, we have got the methodology that we apply when we audit. We have applied the methodology similar to any other institution at RAF, where we have identified the use of the standard as inappropriate. I think on this matter, we have been raising this matter consistently since 2021. And of course, I think the board will respond in terms of how they are dealing with this matter going forward. And on terms of the materiality of the matters that we are raising, yes, Honorable Montana, we have considered the materiality threshold, yes, as much as the RF has got revenue of 50 billion and expenditure for 40 billion. When we apply the materiality, it is not in billion. Like there are some percentage that we apply to the materiality, and the matters that we have actually raised, in particular relating to the regular expenditure and the use of inappropriate account standard, those matters are material in our own assessment. Hence, we are bringing to the attention of this committee. Then, in terms of how we can be helpful to the committees, we are recommending, Honorable Montana, that the engagement with the accounting authority and executive authority in terms of the continued use of the standard be held, where management, where the account authority and the executive authority should be able to respond to how they are planning to address the issue of the use of the standard, and also even just to the service delivery. We are highlighting that as much as RF does achieve some of the targets performance of sitting about 80%, there are some significant or key performance indicators that are not being achieved. The follow-up need to be made with the executive authority to ensure that those targets are being achieved. Of course, those targets or those conversations will include the conversation in terms of dealing with or reducing the expenditures in the related to the line items that I've mentioned, the medical costs, the legal fees. That conversation, we believe that it can be held with management to see how best they are dealing to address or minimize the expenditures being incurred by RAF. Then on the comment or question that was raised by General Honorable Ghana in terms of what I have just scratched the surface based on what is coming out from from the Scopa hearing. What we have found out here is what we identified based on the methodology that we applied. Yes, we have identified the matters that are material that we are elevating to the committees. There might be matters that come out from the inquiry. As you know, that the auditing is always based on the sampling, and it's not meant to cover everything. But we have raised matters that we believe that they will help this committee to engage management further, and there may be other matters that may be revealed by other stakeholders. Yes, in terms of the comment that was raised by Honorable Hansinger, I think on the bank account, I think you mentioned the investment account. We from the test that we've done in the country, there was no any investment that we identified from the investor account. Yes, there is a RF does have a bank account with the investor, but like as at 31st March 2025, there was no any investment. The balance that was sitting was zero. We aren't aware of any investment that's held investor, but maybe further engagement can be held with management in that regard. Yes, I will allow Mr. Mlangeni, General Chairperson, just to deal with the deviation and other questions that were raised by members. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I will respond to the remaining questions. The first question that I just wanted to respond to is, what is the verdict when one excludes the accounting issue or the inappropriate use of the principles of IPSAS 42? When we reflect back to the slide that was dealing with performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity, the issue of the accounting standard fell under transparency. So that was an overarching issue under which we had concerns when it comes to transparency. But when looking at performance, we highlighted issues around targets that are not achieved, that are instrumental in the delivery of the mandate. We highlighted matters pertaining to accountability, where there's persistent non-compliance with supply chain management prescript. And then lastly, on institutional integrity, the two matters that we elevated on material irregularities. So even if you take out the issue of inappropriate use of IPSAS 42 in accounting for claims liabilities and related expenditure, there are still these other pockets of matters that still needs to be looked into from a REF perspective. And then with regards to the litigious nature of the road accident fund, more so as it relates to the suspensions of officials. As highlighted, there's a high number of officials that have been suspended, and one can draw a link between the absence of a head of legal and these persistent suspensions that are not timelessly being dealt with, because ultimately those become legal processes. As such, it is critical that the legal unit is appropriately capacitated to ensure that all legal aspects of the road accident fund, including internal human resource related matters, are dealt with. That the nature of the organization on its own is litigious, hence it is critical that the position be filled. There was a question raised by Honorable Maduna on deviations. When I look at the period that is covered by the inquiry versus the matters that are for discussion today. Today we're only looking at 24-25, but if you look historically in terms of deviations, more specifically the deviations on the basis of single source, that has been continuously a matter that we've been raising from 2020, 21 to 23-24, where we found that some deviations were not justified on the basis of single source. Yes, in 24-25, we did not have any findings that we raised, but in the last 4 years, which is a period that is also covered by the inquiry, we did have quite a few instances where, based on our assessment, we found that the deviation was not justified on the basis of single source. And that also does affect the disagreements that Ms. Mitsenzema spoke about, where disagreements would arose between management and the audit team, and such disagreement would not be elevated to National Treasury in terms of the processes outlined in the PFMA reporting and compliance framework. And that has also contributed to the incomplete disclosure of irregular expenditure. Thank you very much.
Swatanzima.
Chair, I think we have responded to the questions of the members. I'm not sure if there's any other follow-up questions on the Chair.
I have not seen any indication that there is anyone who may want to follow up. But this is also because you would remember that the questions that we've been asked is to assist us and empower us so that we can engage with the Deputy Minister and the RAF, together with the department and the RAF board. I know there are other questions that the other members would have raised, including part of what Honorable Malmata would have asked. I know you touched on the other part, but the other part actually doesn't necessarily direct to yourselves, but it will have to be answered by the RAF itself. So I know that is one of the questions that you may not have touched fully on it, but it does not necessarily belong to yourself. It will still, Honorable Malamat, I'll still give you an opportunity to rephrase that question when we deal with RAF now. I think to this extent, where I'm seated, I'm comfortable that my colleagues are ready to engage with the department given the outcomes that we have given. Because what you do, you give us bare facts before us. It's up to us to see how we then make the department and the entity to account based on what you have presented to us. Unless you have anything as a parting shot from your side.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And as a parting shot, I think it's the slide that has been presented in terms of the overall message to the portfolio committee on the 4 key matters and the messages that the committee can really focus on. And just to reiterate, the recommendations that we're making is there to monitor and follow up with the executive authority and the accounting authority on the achievement of the key targets, as well as ensure that they address the institutional capacity and the capability, which is the filling of the fee vacancies, and also addressing the long outstanding suspensions, and also to really address the institutional integrity in ensuring that the supply chain management prescripts are adhered to, and the irregular expenditure that has been identified is disclosed in the financial statements to ensure completeness thereof, and consequence management is implemented. And most importantly, the material irregularities that we have issued to the accounting authority, those are being resolved, and the financial losses that have been are also recovered, and identified officials in terms of the transgressions, the consequence is also implemented. That is really the key messages that we want to leave with the portfolio committee. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks very much. Thanks very much. I think we'll be colleagues now, they are aware, especially with this overall messages, that these are the key things that they need to take up. And I think for sure you have realized that when Honorable Malamaja was already coming in, part of the issues that he has to do with this overall messages that you are sending to us. And I think it's a very good take home for us to engage with the department on. Thanks very much for always being at our service, and that your service is very critical to ensuring that we strengthen our democracy and ensure that we build capable institutions that are accountable and use financial resources of the country in a manner that is effective, efficient, and economic. Thanks very much for continuing to be our eye and ear on the ground in our prosecution of that particular aspiration. Thanks very much. Now that we are done with Auditor-General, you are free to remain on the platform, colleagues, and hear how your entity that you audit is going to be responding to us, and we'll take it from there. I'm not going to waste time, colleagues. I'm going to request Honorable Hlengwa to come in, introduce the team, lay the foundation, and we get to the presentations, then later engagements. The Honorable Deputy Minister, the platform is yours.
It's still morning. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the Court, to AG, team that is here led by Emema Tanzima, and the interim board of the Road Accident Fund led by interim chairperson Kenneth Brown, and the acting DDG for the roads transport branch who are present. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I think that the presentation that has been made by the AG is a good segue for us to proceed, as we will present to yourselves this morning on matters of the Road Accident Fund. Maybe what I would want to indicate is, obviously, yes, we are accompanying the interim board led by the chairperson, Kenneth Brown, and the members whom, as you rightly said, you have not interacted with since the decision we took in July. to dissolve the previous board and appoint an interim board. I can indicate that the process of appointing a substantive board is underway. As you know, this one is actually an interim board, and we will report back to you in earnest once all processes have been completed. So we are in the process of finalizing on the appointment of a new substantive board. Secondly, Chairperson, is to indicate that we are also concluding and preparing for submission to Cabinet now the Road Accident Benefit Scheme Bill, the RAPS Bill, which will then, after Cabinet processes, pull through to yourself, and we look forward to the opportunity to engage with yourselves as the Portfolio Committee on that bill, which seeks to address quite a number of issues that honourable members have actually raised in the comments and questions that they have dealt with this morning. The issue of illegal foreign nationals, amongst others. It remains my view that we should not be paying illegal foreign nationals. We are, however, handicapped by a court judgment in that regard. It seeks to look at the long-term financial viability and sustainability of the fund, and it seeks to bring about stability, defined benefits, no-fault scheme, paying in annuities, and so on. So it's that is key. I think Honorable Malmacha raises a very important aspect, and I think the board will deal with this as well, which is really around the backlog of claims which we have on the system, which we need to move with urgency. Just last week, Friday, Chairperson, I was in Jozini, Northern KwaZulu-Natal, with the Road Accident Fund. And this is going to be an ongoing project and program now that we're going to be undertaking, where we go out to communities, particularly far-flung areas which are unable to access the Road Accident Fund with ease. Anybody coming from Gwavuma, Mhlabialingana, Jozini, Bambanani, and so on, they have to travel to Durban to interface with the Road Accident Fund, which is an almost 5 to 6 hour drive. And so, of course, we know the socio-economic realities of our people, and we need to respond positively to the question of accessibility by taking RAF to the people. And on that day, the claimants whom have got outstanding matters had been contacted, and we all converged in one area, and we were dealing with claims, and we set up the RAF ecosystem within the community, and claims were finalized and paid. Some of whom which needed maybe a signature, a sign-off, very small things that were hindrance to concluding those claims. Some of them as old as 8 years, Chairperson. So there is a deliberate drive, and the board has set up a target of paying 4 billion rands per month over a period of 8 months to clear the backlog, but they will speak to that. The whole point, Chair, I'm trying to make is we need a people-centered RAF, an agile RAF, and a responsive RAF, and that is what we are actually working on now. Lastly, Chair, from my side, as a means of introduction, is to say we remain concerned around the use of an inappropriate accounting standard, which has been a perennial headache for the Road Accident Fund for a number of years now. It remains our position that it was a reckless and irresponsible outlook to change the accounting standard. It was inconsistent with what the ASB would have presented and prescribed. Two, the court action has not been favorable to the Road Accident Fund. To this end, the board is exploring responsible ways and means on how we can actually withdraw from that court action in the Constitutional Court and grapple with the realities of recognized and approved accounting standard. I have also, Chair, been in engagement with the ASB themselves, and we are working towards a roadmap once the ecosystem at RAF is stabilized that will assist the RAF navigate these challenges as well. So there are proactive action steps that we are taking to respond to the challenges at RAF. And of course, the whole point is to ultimately arrive at an audit outcome that is going to provide the highest levels of assurances in terms of financial management and due adherence to the law, because that is exactly what we expect. And I want to thank the interim board chair for the work that they have been doing. And I think they will speak to some of these issues. Key issues have been raised, which are the filling of vacancies, and work is already underway. Chairperson, adverts have been out, and I think they are now at shortlisting and preparing for interviews as well, so that we can be able to fill those vacancies, including the vacancy of the CEO, which term of office had come to an end in August 2025. So there is a chair also work being done in that regard. Let me, Honorable Chairperson of the Interim Board of the Road Accident Fund, Mr. Kenneth Brown, who will then take us through with his team on the presentation for today. Chairperson, thank you very much to you and the Honorable kind indulgence. Chair, over to you.
I hope I'm going to be audible. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Dia. Thanks for that. If we can then have, but
the speaker.
If you can speak to your speaker, Honorable Shangwa.
No,
this is first appearance here, and it's not starting well. We are also losing you, Honorable Shangwa.
Ensuring that
no.
The chairperson.
Good morning. I hope I'm audible.
Present correctly.
Good morning.
Yeah, morning to you. You are not starting well.
No, there's just a technology issue here. We are on Microsoft Teams and your platform is Zoom. So we had to just go through a few things. Maybe just for the interest of time, let me just introduce the team quickly. Myself, I'm Kenneth Brown. I'm the chairperson of this board. We've got Nonhlanhla Mabusela, who's the vice chair. We've got Nswaki Kutumela, who is the head, the chairperson of Legal and Operations Committee. We've got Ms. Ntina Temba, who is the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee. And we've got Mr. Richard Janke, who is the chairman of RAMCO. We're already answering some of the questions of the Auditor-General in terms of how we constitute those bodies and how the work that they need to do. I'll get into that a bit of later. Then we've got Ms. Pule, who's a chartered accountant. We've got Mr. Nishan Bolton, and we've got Mr. Alfred Mpotsane. And we're also answering the Auditor-General's question around the shareholder representative. So Ms. Tsakani Mashimbie is the Auditor-General, is the department representative, shareholder representative on the board. Then we're joined by management. And as I introduce them, I actually even want to amplify the problem of vacancy within that. The Auditor-General only raises vacancies as it relates to the executive, basically there. But as I introduce them, you'll also realize that the problem is more acute than that. We've got an interim CEO. We've got an acting CFO. Our interim CEO is Mr. Victor Songwelwa. We've got our acting CFO, who is James Molefe. We've got our acting Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer, Mr. Rodney Makabela. We've got the only, no, maybe not the only, but we've got a substantive guy who's not acting, at least, our chief internal audit person, who is Radikwena Pora. Then we've got our acting claims officer executive, Tsepo Moate. Then we've got our acting chief investment officer, there, Sean Small. Then we've got our acting corporate support services person there, who is Tembi Mngomezulu, and then we've got the senior financial accountant as part of this. And let me, we've got a presentation that will go through numbers and many of the issues. But I thought, just as an introduction, maybe let's get to the issues of the Auditor-General itself. Firstly, we agree with the findings of the Auditor-General wholeheartedly. In fact, I wrote to the Auditor-General on behalf of the board a few weeks back, and the Auditor-General actually wrote a rude letter back to me and saying, I don't agree with what you're saying you're going to be doing. We want serious consequences to happen actually within the organization.
Chair, on the point of order, Chair. Chair, on the point of order.
Honorable Blosser, yes?
Yes.
No, Chair, I don't think we can accept things that the Auditor General is rude. I don't think that language is welcomed here. We must find a better way to register our dissatisfaction. But to say that the Auditor General is rude, I don't think that is acceptable. Chair, thanks.
Oh, okay. I withdraw that. I withdraw that. We accept the Auditor.
Chief, don't do that. This is my meeting. I'm chairing it. You don't just jump and respond. No? Please. Thanks very much, Honorable Mas Bloss. With due respect and with all humility, can please address, if you're not agreeing with the Auditor General, it's not that they are rude. You have areas of disagreements with them. Feel free to raise that. Thanks very much. What I sustain, Honorable Bloss. Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay, no, apologies for that, Chair and members. I suppose the comment was in jest, but I apologize for that sincerely. There. But let me get into the substantive matters of the Auditor-General before I allow the CEO to just go through his presentation there. On the Accounting Standard Board, matters and the accounting standard, we agree, and process is currently underway to ensure that we kind of fully comply. We interacting with the National Treasury, the ASB, and all the relevant authority to make sure that we start to do, we comply basically with that. At the same time, we are finalizing a legal opinion just to help us to deal with the constitutional court case as it relates to that. So we are working on that. On the vacant positions, as I've indicated to you in the introduction, it's not only the executives that's vacant. We've got a series of vacancies within the entire organization there. And as we go along, I'll ask some of my colleagues in RAMCO, our legal officers, and our chair of ARC to go through some of those issues. As it relates to supply chain management there, the Auditor-General raises a few, but I can tell you the supply chain management system within the Road Accident Fund is in shambles, and it needs to be fixed at the end of the day. I'll give you a few examples. Just 2-3 weeks ago or so, we were hurriedly given as an accounting authority a renewal of leases for three buildings there, and we were wondering, but the leases are expiring the next day. How come we only get to know about that extension basically now? But I'll go into detail on when it gets to contracts, contract management. There we've already identified a number of contracts our forensic investigation division is looking into there, which really kind of demonstrates a serious flaw actually within the way supply chain management is actually managed within the organization there. when we talk about the suspensions and dismissals, this is serious. The Road Accident Fund, at least with the information that was given to us, now have spent about 120 million rand on lawyers just to discipline our staff. We spend about 50 to 60 million on salaries for staff who have been suspended for prolonged period of times at the end of the day. We are now looking into that matter and how to basically kind of resolve it. When it comes to these HR matters, we had a situation where two structures, for example, created uncertainty in the matter. We had about 400 or so employees who were actually displaced within the structure and floating within the organization. We've got about 600 or 700 or so contract workers that has been employed. At the end of the day, we are now moving into a single structure, and a process relating to that is underway. Coming to legal capacity and the relationship between legal capacity and default judgments. Cumulatively for the past 4 years, the default judgments are now 13 billion rand. For this financial year alone, is it April, May, June, July, August, September, October, for 7 months, our default judgments are already sitting at just under 3 billion. And it correlates with the way in which the capacity of the Road Accident Fund, or lack of capacity that it has to manage this, given the large vacancy rates within that division. It's not only legal, the head of legal that's vacant, but there's a number of close to 300 positions. But if I look at the statistics that are kind of vacant, so the legal defense for the Road Accident Fund has been severely compromised. This is on top of the legal panel that has been disbanded, and the what you call this, the state attorney model that we have actually kind of adopted. Basically, it presents a serious risk to the Road Accident Fund. There. On the material irregularities, there we are looking into that matter. The actions that have been taken by the Forensic Investigation Division when this was picked up. I mean, there's 35 million, if my memory serves me correctly. Were there interventions? They managed to stop about 18 million of that, because they wrote directly to the Finance Intelligence Center, and with their assistance, they could stop that. Then through the asset forfeiture unit, they could recover about 6 or 7 million of that. The balance is still out there, and we are still looking into that matter. The issue around duplicate payments, the SIU has raised it. In fact, before I get to the SIU, the issue around the interception of the bank accounts, the SIU even raised it. And in their report, what they are saying is I think 6 million rand has been paid to 1 or 2 of the RAF officials over a period of 2 years, exactly altering the bank account details. So we are looking into this matter to understand the extent thereof and putting corrective measures actually in place as it relates to that. The SIU has raised the issues around the duplicate payments themselves there. And they've, I think it was over 300 or 400 million that they've picked up. There's a recovery process that's underway that they are basically working on that. So the point I'm trying to make, it's over and above just the 6 million that the Auditor-General is talking about. There's a bigger problem on how this is working. Then on the Bokamoso matter, which is the integrated claims management system itself, I hear the Auditor-General said it started with a budget of 841 million. In August, September, when we interacted with PwC, who is implementing this matter, the system there, spending was already standing at 700 million with a lot of variations in contract there. Currently, we're projecting that this cost is going to balloon to just under R1 billion for that particular system. And as the Auditor General is rightfully saying, the system itself is actually yet not optimally functional at the end of the day. So that we are looking into that. So I just thought, let's sketch this thing in this particular way to you and say, for the past 3 months of the existence of the interim board, we've been seized with all of these matters. In addition to that, we have accelerated the payments for claims, right? And we've put in place a cash flow management system to ensure that we can accelerate the payment of claims there. Part of that strategy is to create a ceiling for or I don't know, floor for operations, where when we pay claimants, we must just make sure that we've got money to operate, pay salaries, rent, lights, etc. there. So we've paid about 21 billion for the past 7 or 8 months. Of the 21 billion, close to 13 billion has been paid just in the 3 months that this board has been in place, basically there. And we really thank the team of the Road Accident Fund, and they've rolled up their sleeves. Sapo, who's the guy from claims, and Sean, that side, who's the actuary, and all our ground forces within the regions. They are continuing to roll up their sleeves. It is today the 11th, and we've paid about 2.2 billion already in this month. So we want to accelerate that. We've promised that we will keep this level above 4.2, 4.3 billion until the end of the financial year, and we are well on track of doing that. For us as a board and as management, the claimant come first, and we need to put everything in place to make sure that that basically happens there. So with that, I will just ask the CEO, Mr. Victor Songelwa, who is a veteran actually at the Road Accident Fund, to just go through the annual report and maybe just find a way as it goes through it, not to repeat the matters that the Auditor General has raised and the matters that I have kind of raised, but we will get into a bit of detail on some of the issues later on as to how we are dealing with accounting standards, basically the processes that are underway there, and some of the issues that has already been raised by the Auditor General and by the members of the committee. Once again, Chair, thank you for this opportunity, and again, apologies for maybe just facetiously saying that was rude comments there. That wasn't the intent there. But I'll ask our very nervous CEO to just get into his presentation. You okay? Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Let me just.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Honorable Ghana, I see your hand. Honorable Ghana, is that a legacy and in your hand?
No, it's a new hand.
Okay.
Thank you very much to you, and thank you very much to the acting board CEO, the acting board of RAF, Mr. Brown. So I decided not to raise my my point when it was starting, because I was hoping that as the acting board, they are going to at least say things as they are. And what do I mean by this? Is that the annual report that is going to be presented, the acting CEO the acting of the acting CEO, because this acting CEO is acting on behalf of the acting CEO, was not in the senior management or the top leadership of RAF. Neither was the board, this current board, for this particular period. So the acting CEO, I will presume, Mr. Brown, and you can correct me, is that they've just been acting for less than 48 hours. Because the previous acting CEO was suspended on Friday. And if I look at the actual report of RAF, everyone at the C level, everyone at the C level has either left their job or they've been suspended. So the entire top leadership that is responsible for this financial year is not here. And the entire board that's responsible for this particular report, it's not here. The only thing that you say, acting board chair, that the acting CEO can do is to read through the report. The presentation, I mean, because he was not in the top leadership of RAF. And I find it very, very suspicious. I must say this, Chair. So 4 days before the road accident fund is to appear before the committee and account all the people that were left at the road accident fund at the C level. So Mr. Lukwareni, Ms. Kumalo, Bernice Potgieter, the CFO, Mpoma Nyasha was acting as the chief corporate support officer. 3 days before they appear before this committee to account for what transpired in the last financial year, they were suspended. Today, it's your first time appearing before this committee. It's like you are brushing aside those particular suspensions. You are not taking us as the committee to tell us, why did you suspend the people 3 days before they appear before us? What was so urgent to the board? You knew on Friday when you took the decision that you took, that you have a date with us today. But what did you do? You suspended the people from accountability. So the people that you have there around that table there, they were not here. All the people that were to account to this committee have been suspended on Friday. And you did not say anything. Neither you nor the deputy minister said anything about that. It's as if it did not happen. Now you are coming in to say there's a new acting CEO to this committee. But you don't tell us what happened to the people that were there last week. So I find that, Chair, to be very problematic. What I think we need to do, so we accept the report. You were not there. The acting CEO was not there. Neither of you were there. We accept it. We'll make our recommendations based on what the AG has said and our reading of the report. What you can talk to is what is currently happening insofar as answering, as you have done, what the Auditor-General has raised. That you can do because you are acting there as the board. That you can do. But equally, you need to then tell us, we are heading into the festive season now. What then becomes the role of a road accident fund? These are the things that you should respond to. So they're the one you have already responded to insofar as your response to the Auditor-General. We accept that. But what you have been done is to tell us what was so urgent for you as the board to suspend the people 3 days before they come to this committee. 3 days before they come to this committee, you suspended them. What was so urgent for you that they needed to be suspended so that they don't appear and account to this committee? And then the third thing, Chair, that I want this board, we take this report, we have received the report, we'll take it as read, we'll write our recommendation on it, but we must deal with the recent issues. Because none of you who are here in this meeting were in the top leadership of RAF. So you cannot answer to anything that happened. You'll tell us that the people that were there have been suspended or they were dismissed. So let's deal with the current issues. The issues regarding the suspensions that took place last week, the issues that relate to the Ms. Mutwiri. Those are the issues that we must deal with. Let's not try to paper over these issues, Chair. And also, like I said, what are the plans of RAF for the festive season? Let's deal with those matters. Let's not try to say, no, let's fly this presentation and someone who was not there speaks to it. They were not there. Because the people that were there, you suspended them on Friday. The people that were there when this thing happened, you suspended them on Friday. So I ask, what value does it serve to have someone who was appointed yesterday to present to us today? They were not in the top leadership. Let's deal with the current matters, Chair, and deal with the festive season. And then we'll check the report as read. We will then write our own recommendation insofar as the road accident fund is concerned. I submit, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Ghana. Thanks very much, Honorable Ghana. Honorable Blosse, I hear what you said, Honorable Ghana. I think to a great extent, I share into the concerns that you are actually raising. And then let me listen to other members, and then I'll come later on to the suggestions you are making, because there is a lot of substance in what the concerns that we are having. But of course, we want the interim board to give us answers to those questions that were pertinent questions that we are actually asking. Honorable Blosse.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to try and be very brief. Firstly, Chair, this is the first time that we are seeing RAF in its new configuration as this committee. And I can tell you now, Chair, they've started on the wrong foot. And if they were not briefed about the level of accountability that happens in this committee, then they were misled. They must go and find out that what is it.
I'm not sure whether it's me or it's your gadget, Honorable Blosse, but I'm losing you. Honorable Malmajo, can you hear Blosse? Honorable Ghana, can you hear him?
The language, the articulation, and how you speak to us.
No, Chair, talk to him to position to take a good position. He's going to disappear.
We are losing you, Honorable Blosse. You can repeat from where you got cut. Please repeat. You got cut when you said they started on a wrong footing. You can take it from there.
Yes. No, I was saying, Chair, that the board is starting on the wrong footing. In the entire board and executive of RAF. Because when they come to us, Chair, they must be prepared, but even the way that they address us is very important. Because how the chairperson of the board was articulating issues here is really not welcomed. We're not going to accept that attitude. He must not speak in this committee as if he's speaking to his juniors. If that's how he treats people out there, he must not come and treat us here with that language. So the attitude is also very important, and the posture and how you articulate issues. Don't come here with an attitude that you know everything and all of that, and as if you are going to be. That's why even Honorable Ghana is raising these issues, because some of the issues, even they are not articulated, but they are being dismissive. And they want to articulate other issues as if they are reading in some hymn book that we don't know about. But Chair, my point is very simple. I want to know the current CEO, the one that was appointed yesterday, or 3 days ago, whenever he was appointed. The chairperson must tell us, when was this CEO appointed? Appointed by whom? When? Because we can't just come in this meeting and then you want to do something then as an entity that you want to come and dribble us here. And you come with people that have been appointed by overnight and they must come and give us reports that themselves they do not know anything about. So even before the CEO speaks, this interim CEO that was appointed, we must be told here, when was this interim CEO appointed, by whom, and we must be given those details. And also in agreement with what Honorable Ghana was saying, to say that what then were the agents' reasons to fire the acting CEO? So that could you not wait for them to, this thing that is happening, Chair, is the same thing we warned when they fired the previous CEO. Because if you remember, Raf went to Scopa on a Friday, we were told about suspension and special leave. It is the same hymn book that we are witnessing here. So this thing at draft, it seems as if it's a trend. Now it happens all the time when they're supposed to come to us. They put people on special leave, they fire people, they appoint acting people. And we told the previous board, by the way, current chair, when they came to our committee and they were doing exactly what you were doing, we told that chairperson of the board, the one that is no longer there, that is not going to last in that entity if you're going to come here in this committee and try to treat us the way that you are treated. You are following in their footsteps. And we want to warn you now that this attitude and everything that is happening, this self-collapse that is happening at draft, we're not going to accept it. So I want to know, this current CEO, when was he appointed by who, and what agency required them to be appointed at that time? Could you not even do it tomorrow after this sitting? What was so pertinent that we needed to do it the way we did it before you appeared before us? Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Blose, thanks very much. I think let me allow Dr. Onsinger to come in.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, a rocky start. Indeed, under different circumstances, we would have congratulated you, Mr. Brown, with your appointment a couple of months ago. But the bigger context for this portfolio committee goes back to days when we had to deal with former CEO Dr. Eugene Watson and the collapse of RAF then, the takeover, and now, another collapse. So I think it's important to just realize the bigger context and the crisis which this, has brought about. And then, the rapid firing of the people before having to appear before this committee, the fact that even the deputy minister didn't mention this to us, and, the responsibility which we carry. In the presentation before this one, when we dealt with the Attorney General, I raised the question about the allegations of between 1 and 100 million rands of alternative RAF bank accounts with Investec. And the reply on that question was, no, there are no accounts and there's no money in those accounts, because obviously it carries the underlying concern about where is this reflected in any balance sheet, because as a current asset, it should be reflected as liquid. But now there is no money. So my eagerness to ask you, where is the money? Has the money disappeared? And did you have any interest in exploring how the money was siphoned out of a current bank account destined for road crash victims into these alternate bank accounts? So I'm keen to hear whether there was any internal investigation as to how this was siphoned into different bank accounts. But I'm confronted with the hurdle of a presentation which is really sort of touching the surface. We're way beyond the elements of this presentation, way beyond. We are much better informed, and we are really deeply concerned about the future of the Road Accident Fund and the dealings, on a day-to-day basis. So really upset about what has transpired with the road accident fund, with the people being fired at short notice, which comes across as protecting people. So what confidence must we have in the decision makers of people that seemingly wanted to protect others? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nsinga. Thanks for laying the context so that the colleagues can understand where we come from. I think that historical context is important for colleagues to understand that we have a particular history, even before this administration, the 7th administration, from the 6th administration and before, on how issues of this entity have been processed through this committee. And I think you played a very good role in terms of laying the basis for colleagues to understand. We're not trying to be difficult, but we're dealing with a difficult entity where we find ourselves. And thanks for that. Honorable Montana.
Thanks so much, Chair. I agree with both Ghana and with the Blosse honorable colleagues. There's no way this board has been here as an interim board, has been here for a few months, will be able to help us on the annual report, because I think we don't want to hear a presentation. We want people to ask, why did you make that decision? Why did you make that choice and not that one? And I think that Mr. Brown, with his own experience, should know that they will not be able to own up on the issues that are there. That's number one. So, Chair, I think Blosse's concrete suggestion, which I want to suggest to rather support, is that the Auditor-General has given us the meat of this thing. They've given us a report. I've expressed my concerns about that. But I think that report stands. And I think that's the report that we should incorporate in our BRR, and we take that to Parliament. We don't take this presentation unless if at some stage this board brings the people it has suspended who are involved in these activities and decisions as executives to be able to account. Secondly, Chair, and this will be my final point, it worries me when I listen to the chairperson of the board talking about a whole range of things. He hasn't told us that what is the mandate that has been given by the Minister of Transport, number one. Number two, what is the vision? Because as an accounting authority, they provide the leadership and strategic direction to the entity. And as you correctly mentioned, the board is facing, the REF is facing huge challenges. We want to hear what is their strategy to take us out of the current situation we are, build a sustainable REF, and what are they? I was going to ask questions, for example, about the legal fees, the medical service providers, and it's quite clear that they were talking about forensic investigations and other things. Like I said to the Auditor-General, stop dealing with lizards. There are big crocodiles who are feeding on this thing. And I see that you are focusing on administrative things. You are focusing on things that in the bigger scheme of things will not deliver a sustainable road accident fund. So, Chair, in a nutshell, I support what Ghana had proposed. Let's not take this presentation. We've got sufficient information to be able to incorporate what we need to incorporate in our BRR document. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Montano. Who's next? Is you, Honorable Malmata? Is that you? Yes, I've not seen Honorable Kompane and Honorable Maduna, so you are the last person.
No, thank you very much, Chair. If we don't deal with things the manner in which they come to us, will remain soft to even wrong things. I think in the meeting that will be coming, because today I regard this as meet and greet. We just meet this new board and we're greeting them. And I don't want to go as if we are happy with how they wanted to let us know them. as we accept this and agreeing that no, they don't know the nitty-gritty of this. Instead, they went and come and want to grandstand as if they understand the content of it, because indeed, just 2 days before the people that's supposed to account to the entire South Africa, they apply what one will term a strategy, a plan. We know this strategy. It's not for the first time it happens. I will say, Chair, in the meeting that we'll be having with this board and whoever's leading them, let these questions stand in their account. Who took that decision to suspend this CEO, CFO, and the rest 3 days prior to this meeting? Because that alone is where you will realize that somebody has strategized to come and apply the old tactics of running away with matter here. We want to know what is happening with the monies and everything. Then people are having exit way of living without accounting. I can tell you many South Africans are waiting in their YouTubes. They were waiting for this accountability. When they're supposed to account, somebody decided to be clever and come with the strategy that it has worked earlier on. And when we want to come in, then we are named. It happened when we're dealing with Letswalo. Somebody did not want us to hear what Letswalo is saying. Equally to this CEO, somebody did not want them to give their side of the story. That is why Mr. Kenneth wanted to come here and speak as if we are kids. There is nothing positive that the new board will ever mention about the outgone board and these other executive members. Simply because you want to outshine and be graduated as people who can do better job. It's human, we know those things. And you are not the first to be falling into that trap. But it becomes a problem when you play with the government, when you play with the parliament, worse when you play with us. Chair, I'm saying part of when we meet, they must be telling us what are the fundamental reasons that made them not to even wait for this meeting so that the right people can be grilled by us, equally not grilled, but get their side of the story so that when they dismiss them, we can say, indeed, we can agree on that. Equally, if we are to advise, because part of our role is to advise and say, no, there are reasons based to that and genuine for that particular matter. We are seated here as comrades. I mean, as one honorable asked and say, what is our plan going to these festive seasons? We are seated with a lot of backlog. What is it that you are going to do? Talk to us here. I don't know how, even if you can write, because if I have to say I had power, I'll say, no, we heard you, we read the report, we met you, we have greeted you, we now know you. But somebody has played games here and has used you, and unfortunately, you must face us and be grilled this way. Chair, I want to sponsor a motion that has been partially said that it will be very good and save time that we agree to say we have read the report, we have seen everything. They can just have a good bye-bye and be prepared to come and meet us with what they have done, including how they've cleaned this thing. If it's good, we will hear from them. But there's nothing they can touch here around this report. Let's take the parliament very serious. Thank you so much.
No, thanks, honorable members. I think I hear what you are saying, but I want to persuade you a bit into this line that we allow colleagues to answer the questions that we have asked now around the suspensions, the interim board, why before, those critical questions. And then it is then after that will then make a determination. I hear that you overwhelmingly do not want us to get into questioning the new colleagues who are acting on these responsibilities about the report, because we may not be able to get the essence of what we actually want to get. But if they can, we can for now allow colleagues to come in and answer the question about the process of the interim board, answer the question, not the interim board, the interim CEO, answer the questions around why did they suspend 3 days, something before the meetings and so forth. And then we will then be able to make a determination. If it suffices, colleagues, can I take that direction? Mr. Brown?
Thank you. Let me just. Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Am I audible?
Very much so.
No, thanks. I saw the Deputy Minister's hand being up. Maybe through you, Chair, with your permission. I don't know if you can.
I didn't see it. I'm sorry for that. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe let me allow him to come in before you.
Thank you, sir.
GM, I'm so sorry I didn't see your hand. If you can come in.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, let me start off by indicating that my understanding of this meeting as per the invitation and the agenda of it is that REF was to brief the committee on the 24-25 annual report, which would have been the 1st of April 2024 to the 31st of March 2025. And it follows, therefore, that with the decision that we took in July to dissolve the board, which was in office at the time, that a new board would appear before the committee today. As far as I understand it, this board is a successor in law, and it is the accounting authority as per the PFMA, and therefore is the right body to appear before the committee to account. Unless we have then misread whom was supposed to appear, because then by what I'm hearing, the suggestion is that we must hold the previous board to come before the committee, which is certainly not something within our power to do so. My understanding is that the appearance of the board today is consistent with due process and the rules and the law. I might add, Chair, that it is the same board that wrote to the Speaker of Parliament, rather to us, and we wrote to the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the NCOP to indicate that there would be a delay in the submission of the annual report 24-25, because this board had to satisfy itself that it was wholly briefed by the relevant structures so that it could be in a position to sign off on the annual report for submission to Parliament, activity which has been done. And that is the basis upon which we are meeting. It's this board that signed off on that annual report. In the AGM which took place, which I presided over, we substantively dealt with the issue. And this is the annual report goes on the basis of the audit outcomes, excuse me, that the Auditor-General has presented here as well this morning. Unless I'm wrong, Chair, but the right body and structure to appear before this committee is the board, and the board is here. So that is part one. The second issue, it is incumbent on the board, and I would want to prevail on the interim chairperson, as the chairperson of the meeting has also pointed, to take the committee into confidence about the due processes which they have undertaken in arriving at the suspensions which took place on Friday, because I would imagine as they have also written to us and asked that we concur to the appointment of an acting CEO, which we have done, is on the basis, Chairperson, if we are absolutely honest, that all is not well in the state of REF. And it is elementary that disciplinary processes will have to be undertaken as and when issues arise. This is what has prevailed before SCOPA itself. Colleagues are referencing SCOPA, and actions are being taken, decisions are being taken. The situation at RAF requires action, Chairperson. So I think the chair of the board will have to explain. I can confirm that we were informed of the decision on the suspensions, which is the cause of action or responsibility of a board to take as and when issues arise. We have noted that, and we have concurred to the appointment of a CEO. But the ecosystem needs to be cleaned up. Now, the final point, Chairperson, if the committee wants a briefing on the mandates and instructions and directives we have given to the interim board, we are happy to come and present on that. If they want a roadmap of activities on what needs to happen, what the board is doing, we are happy to do that. But I think, Chair, we need your protection in that your invitation was that we are here today to present on the 24-25 annual report. If additional information is required, the committee is at liberty to call us and we will appear. I will ensure that the board is there. I will ensure that the executives are there. But I think it would not be fair to shift goalposts on what has to be the basis of our appearance today, Chairperson. Unless there was a change, then I'm not aware of it. But I labored under the invitation that was set and the agenda that was flighted, that we are appearing on the 24-25 annual report. And the committee is aware that there's an interim board, and the board is a successor in law. And it is this board that signed off on that annual report. It is this board that held the AGM that signed off on that. And the board is here today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Clermont.
Just order, Chair. Point of order.
Honorable Ghana?
Yeah. My hands was up before.
So, oh, sorry. Yeah,
you can go on. You can go on, Chair. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
So the mandate has not changed. Just to say, Chair, what we had asked the board to do, it had not changed. But when the board acts 3 days before our meeting, we cannot ignore that. When the people who are supposed to be here, the CFO to answer on financial matters, unless if the GM is saying that we must ignore the action that happened 3 days before this particular meeting, that will be dereliction of duty. If we allow the people, if we say no, close your eyes on the suspension we have done last week, just focus on the numbers in front of you, that will be dereliction of duty. And we cannot allow that, Chair. That I just needed to clarify that. Yes, we're going to deal with this matter. Had the suspension not happened on Friday, no one will be talking about the suspensions. But if the board decides to suspend the people that are coming here to present, then what must we do? We must look sideways and pretend like it did not happen. But it can't be, Chair. It can't be.
It's fine. Colleagues, I understand that RAF is a very in a situation where it makes everyone emotional around it, but I'm going to implore on all of you not to be emotive when you deal with it, so that we can be able to provide a necessary direction collectively. I hear your point. I don't want to create a dialogue on this subject. I'm going to request the Honorable Malmaja to come in. Yeah, and then from there, I'll give direction on what is supposed to happen. I don't think there should be confusion.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think DMU must really bear with us. Earlier on when I came, I thought the presentation were done concurrently. Only to realize that it was only one. When I was saying, there's no way that I can ask you to go and purchase items, then you come and say you have intentionally thrown away the receipt, then I'm not concerned. We want to tell you that we are very concerned about this way of doing things. You knew about this meeting, equally so the board. Now, you sacked some of the players that are going to be critical in this meeting on Friday, to an extent that some other documents were not even there of yesterday. We saw all these things. Now we are here. We are not denying knowing the board, including what they're supposed to do, though we were not briefed, because we were told this is a board of experts. They are coming to clean up. We said it's fine, but they're clean on our behalf. There was nothing wrong to also have a meeting with us and tell us their terms of reference. There was nothing wrong. Now, we see them touching something that we think are the tool of trade that are going to be important for us in this process. As Honorable Ghana said, we are raising that concern that this cannot be ignored. And it's not for the first time. And we happen to even go to an extent, there's a PC to say, this mistake, let's get the side of the story of that particular outgone CEO. And we realize that it never necessarily gel well with you, the minister, and everybody. And which is not our intention, that we want to be in a committee as if we are in a crash where it's order. We want to work in harmony and understanding. But we think our harmony and understanding is now taken for granted because there's continuation of what has been wrong before. That where we are here, and I can bet many South Africans are all out there ready to say, let's just get from this executive. What is it that they're doing there? Now we are told, no, there's a rep representing them after they've been fired. And they were fired. It can't even be 3 days ago because we cannot count Saturday, Sunday. They are fired a day before. This is our concern, TM. Very constructive. We are not that much emotional. We are factual to say, even if it's yourself, you were going to ask this question. Because we are not necessarily asking this question because we are provided an opportunity. We are representing the masses. We know what is the outcry there and what is it that they're expecting from RAF. So when they see this play, somebody use the word dribble pass, people are seeing that as us who are dribbled and those who want to run away with information passing. There are a number of big players here that were mentioned by the Zwalo to give. Discovery as one. So there are a number of allegations that were mentioned here. So when you see all these things, you can't keep quiet. Chairperson, sorry to be long. Thank you.
No, I hear you, honorable members. I think we'll move this way. Honorable DM, assist me here. When was the interim CE appointed? And what was the process? If we can just deal with that.
No, Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think I must want to clarify the due process upon which I was laboring under when I was making an intervention earlier, because the proposal colleagues are making.
Sorry, Chair, can you ask the DM to up his voice? We don't hear him.
Can you hear me now, Chairperson?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you. You are clear.
Thank you. Chair, I think let me clarify this. The intervention I was making was on the basis that members were saying, we have met you, goodbye. And I didn't think that was correct. Secondly, I was indicating that the board must explain the circumstances of the suspensions of the executives and the understanding that we have with the situation is part and parcel of an ongoing process of ensuring consequence management within the road accident fund. That is what has been presented to us. And I think colleagues can be agreeable to the fact that it's 4 executives. I do not think it's a decision that would have been taken lightly by the board. And that's why I was saying to the chairperson of the board, he must take the committee into confidence. Chair, on Friday, we were informed that there had been a decision taken by the board, and it is a board decision on the suspension of executives on matters related to consequence management as they deemed it fit for them to do. They have written to the minister. The minister and I have discussed the matter because they made a proposal for for an acting CEO, and we have given that concurrence to the individual that has been nominated. That's point one. Secondly, this comes on the back of an ongoing process to substantively fill the position of CEO. And therefore, in our understanding, this acting arrangement is interim and short-term in the most logical of ways, because the board or the REMCO will be interviewing any day now, as far as I understand it, to conclude on the appointments of the substantive CEO. They will bring their recommendation. We will consider it and make a decision and process it through the cabinet system. So that is where things are. So what I was saying, Chairperson, is that if it is the board that is the accounting authority and the board is here, I didn't think, yeah, let me leave it at that. But if I may, through you, reiterate what I'm asking, the chairperson of the interim board to take the committee into confidence and along on the issues of the suspension of the 4 executives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think we are now back closer to each other now. This was going to happen. Interim board, explain to us, to these members, and I think it's a contagious issue, and honorable members are correct to be very wary when the people are supposed to account and just a day before they are shifted, and then they are not able to come here. These are executives who work side by side with the accounting authority in this regard, or the governance structure, which is the board, who are implementing decisions of the accounting authority. Now, it is important for them to be here. Now, you are right, Deputy Minister. Let the chair explain those circumstances, including what both Honorable Ghana and Honorable Malamaja are asking. Was it necessary for them to be suspended just a day before appearance? What was the emergency? Or you still could have had them come here, account for this 2024-25 financial year, and immediately after that, effect whatever consequence management that, because I don't think it's in the interest of the committee to hold consequence management. But at the same time, as you hold it, remember, these colleagues are still the employees of this entity. So it is important for them to account, especially for this financial year that they've presided over. Now, if the chair can come on that and assist us on that. Secondly, related to that is what Honorable Blosse has asked equally about the appointment of the interim CE, the processes thereof, how it unfolded, and for how long, why we are here, and all that. And then from there, we'll then be able to give direction on what must happen. If you could come in, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honourable members. Thank you, Deputy Minister, for clarifying a number of the issues already. Basically, let me step a bit back. We started on the 8th of August, right? And during that time, the process of finalizing the annual report was underway. And we were intimately involved in that particular process. And the annual report finalization has been delayed because the Auditor-General was finalizing the findings, in any case, because of the issues around around supply chain management, basically, and the response that actually came there. Then the second issue actually related to the issue around agreement around the accounting standard at the end of the day. We met with the Auditor-General. We started to discuss what the issues are and agreed on a way forward so that we could finalize the annual financial statements there. That agreement we then reached and then started the process. Then we needed to respond on pertinent issues that the Auditor-General has raised. Issues around material irregularities and a number of other issues. The CFO could not give us a cogent answer on how to respond on those particular matters at the end of the day, right? So we eventually got to a point where we said, look, we need to finalize this thing. Last week at Scopa, the CFO issued a track her presentation around the same accounting standard that is currently in dispute. It is as if we haven't spoken about the changes that needs to basically happen basically there, right? On top of that, the National Treasury, as the Accountant General, withdrew from a very important meeting that we had to be able to resolve this particular matter, right? So we as a board, when we came in, right, even with the information that was given to the board already in the beginning, was misleading. Let me give you an example, right? We met as a board, I think it was on the 13th of August, right? We had the DM made a point to introduce the board and the executive. We met, yeah, right? And he then left the meeting. We had our first board meeting. Very good board meeting with the executive there. I think it is the next day. I get an affidavit that I must sign, a supporting affidavit of the chair of this board on behalf of the board. I read the affidavit. The affidavit contains misrepresentations. This was on the extension of the 180 days moratorium. Firstly, it was late. Secondly, the information contained therein is wrong. In fact, it's egregious, if I can put it that way, right? In the affidavit, it states the board of the Road Accident Fund met on the 13th. The board agreed in that meeting to extend this 180-day moratorium, right? Now, nowhere did we discuss this thing at that board meeting. And they expect us as a board to lie to the South African courts there, right? We had to hastily convene immediately another board meeting to deliberate this. And I can go on many misrepresentations that happened within the board and in a number of the other committees in Parliament there, right? And as we were doing our work, we picked up a lot of supply chain management irregularities in the system. We started to interrogate the work of the SIU. We started to look at what the Auditor-General was raising. And then we realized, but there is a problem here. I think it was on the 19th of September, where the board, in its meeting, took a resolution that disciplinary action must be taken against executives. Yeah. The process then started because we don't want to be seen just to be acting willy-nilly. So the process then started where we appointed a legal team to be able to look at all the matters that we presented basically to them. And based on that advice and assessment, the legal team informed us as a board that these executives have got a case to answer. I will not go into the nitty-gritty of the systemic problems within the Road Accident Fund. I can keep you the whole day here, right? So based on that, we finalized everything, and then we have, as a board, collectively took the decision on this particular suspension. It is, Honorable Ghana, it is not as if last week we just took a decision that we're going to do it. It's and please, it is not a decision that we as a board has taken lightly. Yeah, the executives, and to protect the integrity of the process, have got serious allegations and matters to answer for at the end of the day. Right? It is not coincidental that it has happened on Friday, this suspension. It is in line with the fiduciary responsibilities of this board as an accounting authority, and in line with the PFMA, what we need to basically do, and in line with all the matters that the Auditor-General has raised, and also on the instruction of the Auditor-General, by the way, that consequence management needs to take place here. So I really want to put it in that context, that this is the process. And in the last week, Monday, at another board meeting that we had, in fact, it was on the 31st of October, right? Key questions were asked. The board was seized with this matter. The board wanted a clear kind of risk management strategy to be able to address this thing, because action of this nature would have dire consequences basically for the board and for the road accident fund. We worked over that weekend working on a risk matrix and a risk management strategy. On Monday, the board met. The risk management strategy was presented on how we're going to mitigate for this risk, all right, including taking into account this meeting of today. And it was based on that process that decision was taken to the board, right, by the board. I will not get into the details of what we have found, but I can tell you it is serious, and it is serious. And we as a board will fail in our fiduciary responsibilities not to act there. So it has got nothing to do with this. Then, coming back basically to this, in the foreword of our annual report, we accept that we have inherited this these financial statements and annual report. There we would present it as the deputy minister has articulated, but we can't ignore the material irregularities that the Auditor-General has raised. We can't ignore them, right? And hence, when I started, is to start to indicate how we are already responding, basically, to some of these issues, and where Honorable Montana is helping a bit, because I think what would be important beyond this point is for us to meet with you, so that we can tell you as a board what we have found, what corrective measures we are putting in place, and the way forward on how we see the road accident fund evolves as a professional entity, to deliver on its core mandate, which is the claimant at the end of the day, right? And I think it's going to be very important, Honorable Chair, that we actually get to that conversation as soon as possible. There, we have got our 100 days. We've got all the matters that we've picked up, all the measures that we have put in place, and we can tell you what we've moved forward. We in the 3 months have visited all the regions. We have spoken to 2,800 staff members of the Road Accident Fund. People were in tears. The Road Accident Fund, there's employees who passed away. There are people in the Road Accident Fund, our own employees, right, who are in a state of depression as I'm talking to you now, right?
Mr. Brown, if you can be permitted, please.
Yes, I'm coming to the end, the Chair. So I would plead with you, even if it means next week or whenever, we can come as the Road Accident Fund, as this accounting authority, as this board, to come and account to you. We will tell you what we have found. We'll tell you the level of corruption that is within this particular organization. We will tell you the corrective steps that we are taking. We will give you the vision of where this organization to be. In summary, Chair and honorable members, those organizations can be turned around within a year. We will give you that roadmap as well. But where we sit as a board, and you will find it in my expression, I am passionate about the Road Accident Fund. I am passionate, and the board is passionate about its staff, and the board is passionate about making sure that the claimants are being put first. There. Let me end it at that, Honorable Chair. December, I'm meeting with corporate services already, and the CEO. They've got a strategy on how to proceed with December, and these announcements will basically be made there. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll leave it at that.
Interim CEO appointment. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown.
Yeah.
The issue related to the appointment of interim CEO.
Apologies. So on the 31st, the 31st we met, and then we had to do of October, we had to do a risk matrix at the end of the day, and then on Monday, the 3rd of November, we met as a board. We put the risk matrix basically in there, and then we started to say, let's look at candidates for this, and we as a board unanimously agreed that we must appoint Mr. Victor Songwela for the following reasons. He has been there for 10 years. He would have been there for 10 years in August. Sorry, in September. He's got an extensive knowledge of the Road Accident Fund. He has been at some point CFO of the Road Accident Fund. So that is the process that we've taken. Then we informed the deputy minister and the minister gave her concurrence to that particular kind of decision. So that is how the CEO has then been appointed there. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, honorable members.
Thanks very much, Mr. Brown. You said when did you meet? When was he appointed and all that? Is the former CFO? Is it the former CFO? Yeah.
No, yeah. If I may, Chair, through you.
Yes.
Yeah. He has been in the finance division of the Road Accident Fund. Yeah, and he was the general manager, finance within there, right? And at some point, he was also acting as a chief financial officer prior to the current suspended CFO's tenure there. Thanks, Chair.
Chair?
Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair. No, Chair. I want to check because I believe I'm of the knowledge that I might be incorrect. Mr. Songelo's contract would have ended in September. I want to check how did they act him as active, whereas he's no longer an employee of now.
Not acting, but interim. Yeah.
Yes, is it allowed? I wanted just to check that.
Okay, Sharp. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to use that word. We sometimes use them interchangeably, but sometimes they may not mean one thing. But let him clarify. Mr. Brown?
I just want to check, is the matter of between interim and acting and the difference?
No. The question is what Honorable Maduna is saying, which I was trying to clarify, is that the contract of the interim CE ended on the 30th of September as a staff of the Road Accident Fund. Now he wants to know how was he appointed when he is no longer a member. So he was saying, how was he appointed to act when he's no longer in the staff of the Road Accident Fund? That's why I was clarifying that issue of interim and acting. But you can come in.
Let me get to it. Normally, if you are an employee within the organization and you are elevated to take over a vacant position on a temporary basis, the terminology is used acting. All right. In fact, I was also surprised because when we were asking HR, why do you use interim and that? And they said, no, because he has no longer been part of the road accident fund and he just left, I think in April, right? His contract ended in September, but right. If we bring him in, he will also be interim and he can't be caught acting. That is how we understood that terminology to be.
Essence, Mr. Brown, what members actually, and let me advocate for them. I think I hear the essence of what they want to know. What is your process in terms of your legislative frameworks of appointing an interim? We know how you appoint an interim board. How do you appoint an interim CE? We know the executive authorities and the powers that are vested in both the minister and the DM to appoint an interim board. What the members want to know is your legislative framework on how you appoint an interim. We know from HR point of view, when you appoint an acting person, someone within the structure, you don't have to do advert, you don't have to do anything. You just request Mr. Slamlela or Mr. Klemwa, we request you to act on this particular position for this particular period. How do you arrive at a determination of through your process? That's the explanation from the beginning that I think honorable members want to get.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair, for that clarification on that. So the first process there is a presentation to the board. The board takes a particular resolution after it satisfies itself that the candidate would be proper and fit to take over this position. Then thereafter, it is concurrence from the minister.
Chair.
Got my hand up.
Honorable, yeah, I hear that I'm coming on the two of you. Maybe if I ask, I'll assist in Mr. Brown understanding what you actually want to know, because I think now I understand Honorable Ghana and Honorable Blosser what you actually want to know. Let me maybe try to come in. I'll allow you to come in if you feel that I've not represented your question properly. Is that fine?
Yeah, you can proceed, Chair.
You can
Mr.
proceed.
Brown.
I have a slightly tangent.
Okay, it's fine. You'll come in. Mr. Blossom.
Yes.
All what I think honorable members wanted to know was that you sit as a board. How to arrive at Ghana, Slamlela, or Kema is the one who must be appointed interim? Do you have your HR in terms of your policy headhunting someone who can come and be appointed interim and they come with that person? Or how do you look at a former employer or employee, or how do you arrive? We know the process of, in terms of the act, how an interim board is actually arrived at by either the minister together with the deputy minister who's accountable for the entity, and the process of going to cabinet. How did you appoint an interim CEO? What was the process? Did you advertise? Did you head hunting? What is your policy saying? That's what they want to know. Is that fine? Who's that? Who's interfering now? Is that Honorable Blossom?
No, it's not me, Chair. It's not me. No, it's not me, Chair.
Okay. Did I represent what you wanted to ask?
Yes, Chair. Yeah, yes. Let him answer.
So I'm trying to summarize so that we move towards finding each other.
Not fully, Chair. Can I add this so that you answer at once?
Okay, sharp. Come in.
So, and this is my difficulty when you respond, Mr. Brown. You say that the CFO went to Scopa last week and defended the auditing standards. And it is out of that defense that you then took a decision to to suspend. But by your accounts, what you are telling us now is that the board met on Monday and agreed on Mr. Songelwa as the interim CEO or as the person fit for the interim CEO before the suspension of the executives. It sounds to me that the appointment is made, and then the suspension happened. Because if the board met on Monday to appoint, at the time of appointment there was no vacancy, or let's call it identity, whatever it is, and then you look at what is happening during the week at scope or whatever thing, then you then suspend. The sequencing is not right. And Chair, I think on the point of saying maybe we might need to get that particular policy at the differentiation between the acting CEO and the interim CEO. What guided the board to move in that direction? I guess, Chair, there were no longer people available inside RAF that could act in the position. With the suspension of those executives, all of them, there was no longer a person that could senior enough to act in that position. Was that an assessment that the board did and found that there was no one else inside the RAF that will be left to act as the CEO? Thanks.
Yes,
Chair. Yeah, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Blosa, didn't I represent you?
Yeah, no, Chair, maybe not to lose your line of questioning. Maybe not to lose your line of questioning, Chair, before the chair of the board comes in. We hear that the board met, there was a presentation to the board accepted the appointment, and they went and received concurrence from the ministry. We want to know the legislative framework that empowers the board to appoint an acting CEO who is outside of the institution. I think that is, for me, is primary and direct. If we can just get a response on that, then we'll be able to move away from this point. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much. Before you come in, Mr. Brown, because otherwise we're going to be going back and forth. There are two important things here. I think the first one we have captured it is what Honorable Blosser has emphasized when I was trying to advocate for him. But what then creates problem is this question that Honorable Ghana is asking. Because now your timeline in terms of the process does not speak to these particular occurrences. If you can reconcile that, I think you heard what Honorable Ghana is saying, and you hear what Honorable Blosser is saying. So speak first about the process, the legislative empowering statute, and how you then appoint an interim and proceed. Then come and explain why did you start the process of appointing when there was someone on a position who you had appointed acting, and by the time you even suspend this particular people, you had already, in terms of your submission, started recruiting an interim. Was it this as a prejudice? Can you just clear the mind of members on that? I think that's where they are coming from. Mr. Brown.
Thanks. Let me I must just find an elegant way of doing this thing, because this matter is, if I can put it that way, in terms of legal terms, we are going to undergo a DC process. And I need to respond in a way that doesn't compromise that particular process. And I hope you members will bear with me. The board, when it took its decision, was it? In fact, I need to go back on the 19th, right? So the board took a decision already on the 19th that disciplinary action needs to be taken against many of the people within the RAF that are being found to have broken, whether it's law or irregular expenditure or whatever, right?
Which 19?
the 19th of September.
Okay.
Right. So already, but it needed to be a substantive research, and that's where we appointed a legal firm to be able to help us. And it has been done through a board resolution. That the process unfolds at the end of the day, right? And when we got to the 31st of October, all right, clearly already there that there's prima facie evidence that action needs to be taken in a particular way. Right? Now, this matter gets deliberated by the board, right? And the board says we need to put a contingency plan in place. Yeah. Understand the risk matrix around us, and let's see what's going to happen and the impacts, because whenever action gets taken, it must be taken in such a way that stability remains within the road accident fund. On is it Monday, the board then sits and conversations happen so that we ensure we've got an acting person or at least an interim person around us, and then the board on the 3rd then takes this decision. Right? Once that decision has been taken, it was to say the people may action must be taken actually against the people. Now, coming back to the timeline and the board resolution at the time has indicated that the CFO must actually be suspended on the 12th, which is tomorrow, right? That's what the board decision then takes.
Repeat that.
The decision that the CFO, yeah, the decision.
Mr. Brown.
Yes. The decision.
Who are these people that will continue to go to? Can they speak if they want to speak?
No. We are all in one room with the executives. They just make sure that I don't lose my train of thought. Basically, yeah. Then the decision was taken by the board that
when?
On the 3rd, right? That the suspension of the CFO needs to then be delayed for after this hearing, right? Then to come to the question about scope, a presentation gets made by the CFO, and this is not the reason why she is suspended, by the way. The presentation at Scopa had got to do with, instead of waiting for the 12th, let's take the decision now at the end of the day, all right? Because at that Scopa hearing, the CFO then go and presents a picture of as if the board has not taken a decision that we need to not abide by this accounting standard at the end of the day. All right? The National Treasury, is it the Treasury? And I think the National Treasury, the Office of the Accountant General of the Treasury, in a meeting that was supposed to be held on Thursday, they canceled the meeting. They then say to us that we are acting in bad faith. We are saying to them we're going to go back to the original standard that is approved by the ASB, but what gets presented by our own CFO in Parliament is as if that conversation never happened at the end of the day. And based on that, a decision was then taken to say the Friday that the CFO also needs to be just suspended and not wait for the 12th, so that we just deal with the ramification of whatever may happen based on that. I'll ask Nswaki maybe or legal person here to further add?
Greetings.
You are not audible, Nzwaki. Nzwaki? You are muted.
Chair, she will use my device.
Apologies,
Yes.
Chair. And greetings to the members of this committee. I just wanted to add, also to the chairman's response, and just to also link it back to the earlier question, just in terms of the framework.
What's your position, Nzwaki?
Sorry, I'm a member. I thought you guys would have noted it. I'm a member of the interim board, alongside.
From the HR point of view.
No,
Oh.
I chair
No,
the.
I'm sorry because I heard Mr. Brown saying, let me get someone from HR, but it's fine.
Well, yeah.
That's why I was a bit confused, but it's fine. I understand, Mr. Brown. I understand.
Okay, let me give myself a full introduction. So I'm a member of the interim board. I'm appointed with my fellow board members on the 8th of August. And in addition to that, I also am the chair of our Operations, Information Technology and Legal Committee. So I just wanted to help, just from our legislative framework, just some of the provisions from the REF Act that would have assisted us in reaching this conclusion. So if you look at Section 11 of the Road Accident Fund Act, which basically deals with the powers and functions of the board and procedures thereof, Section 1 provides that the board shall, subject to the powers of the minister, exercise overall authority and control over the financial position, operations, and management of the Road Accident Fund, and may inter alia. And this was just some of the instructive provisions that we also applied our minds to. Let me just find that subsection. Section 1C, I believe it is, approve the appointment, determination, and conditions of employment and dismissal of the Chief Executive Officer of staff of the fund and of the fund on a management level. So that's the first thing, just in terms of the fiduciary duties that the board has. Now, insofar as the terminology around acting versus interim. So we've got policies that naturally speak to the appointment of acting positions. But it is not there for an unusual position when you are appointing an interim CEO, right? So what then would have then further guided our actions was, one, we would have had to headhunt the current incumbent at this moment. And number two, we would have then had to take a board resolution wherein the board gives its affirmative resolution to this extent, which is what we did. And then, as earlier alluded to, we would then make recommendations to the ministry, and we receive that concurrence. Just in light of also the space in which we had found ourselves in, and members of this committee, it was an urgent matter, and we were also seized, with having to make this decision. But that was just the framework. I just thought, for those who just wanted more flesh, that is just what would have guided us. Yes, thank you.
Can I ask you a direct question?
Yes.
Do you have a policy that empowers you to appoint an interim CE? That's what
so that's what I said. So on the interim, no. What your policy provides for is the acting. It is absent and silent on interim appointments. So hence, I was then describing the steps that would have regularized this manner of appointment. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Gunn.
Chair, maybe we need to get the record of decision, because what is happening right now in this committee, it's worrisome. it's very, very worrisome. So decisions are taken. Now, if you say you met on the 3rd and you said that the CFO was to be suspended on the 12th, that's what you are telling us, Mr. Brown. You met on the 3rd and the decision was to suspend on the 12th. What then? When did the meeting happen between the 3rd and Friday to then say that the suspension must happen immediately? Because by your own account, there's a meeting on the 3rd. It agrees that the suspension, which at the time is the suspension of the CFO, it takes effect on the 12th, which is tomorrow. Then something happens. What happens that creates the agency to then suspend not only the CFO, but also the other executives? I don't know whether the meeting on the 12th also suspended the other executives. And then which meeting of the board met to suspend immediately? So you rescinded the decision that you took on the 3rd. And then you said, all right, let's rescind that, let's then suspend immediately. And then you then say, all right, this policy doesn't allow us to appoint an acting person from amongst the people at draft. Maybe that record of decisions will help us. Because at this moment, this thing is muddy. You will accept that this thing is muddy. And it's not looking right. Can we please be assisted here? Let's give us the timeline from Monday. What happened from Monday up until the letter is issued on Friday?
Yeah.
Everything that happened in that period. And the record of decisions for that. Because this is not encouraging at all.
Yeah.
Honorable Mr. Brown.
Chair, just before that, please.
Honorable Chairperson. Others who have raised hands.
Honorable members, I'm still your chair unless you dethroned me. I'm still your chair unless you have dethroned me there in Cape Town. But look, I'm going to allow all of you to speak. But before you speak, I want to assist. Mr. Brown, you still have to speak through me, right? Now, I've seen all your hand, Honorable Maduna, Honorable Malmaja, Honorable Blosse. Be assured, I'll allow all of you to speak. I would have aspired or wished that we would have long exhausted this matter. But I think Mr. Brown and Ms. Kutumela, when you respond, you are creating confusion now. I must tell you now. Who appointed the interim CE? Is it you or the minister? According to what you are saying. Maybe let me not waste time and explain to you why I'm asking this question. You read a section that says, maybe I must quote what you said, on the appointment of the CEO, the minister shall, upon recommendation of the board, appoint the chief executive officer of the fund on such terms and condition of employment as the board may determine. You are telling us of concurrence here. The act, you correctly say the act does not speak about interim. It's fine, we hear you, you would have found a way. But you then say, can you reconcile the very section that you have read yourself with what you are saying over and above what Honorable Ghana is saying? And maybe note it down so that when you respond, you're going to respond once and for all. I want us to move towards close. We'll have to find a way because we can't be here the whole day. I think honorable members will have to go to other engagements. But I'm going to allow all honorable members who have raised hand. I'm not suppressing democracy, colleagues, but I'm trying to give a direction so that we can move towards a close. Honorable Maduna, you can come in.
Chairperson, my apologies.
You'll come in, Honorable Kema, quickly. Let me allow these members to come in before they think I'm suppressing them.
Chair, if I'm sorry, it's an urgent apology of sorts.
Okay, please.
The office had labored under the impression that the meeting was 9:30 to 12:30, as it said. Now,
Yes.
they've scheduled a meeting with the diplomatic corps at 1 on our IMO campaign, which we have previously made reference to. That meeting starts at 1 and they're already waiting. I'll request to go in, make the presentation, and I'll come out and log in again once we have made our submission, because it's not a long submission. So I will step out and come back, because I don't want to leave the meeting in a lurch. It's just that the members of the diplomatic
With all humility, Honorable Shangwa, you can do that. Thanks very much. I think we'll also be wrapping up because we are not doing well in terms of time. With all humility, my dear brother, you are released.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Maduna, Honorable Blose, then Honorable Malamat.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I want to check because as the interim board chair was saying, I remember when we interacted with him, so I believe he left in April. He was supposed to leave in September, but he left around April. It's just that I cannot recall or find documentation to help me recall. What was the reason of him leaving? Was it because he was retrenched? He left through suspension or what? Can you please remind us of that? How did he leave, Raf? Thanks, Chair.
Immediately, Malamat will come in.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Chair, maybe for the sake of progress, I think, Chair, you must just find a way to wrap up this issue. But in our planning, we might need to immediately schedule RAF for them to come and see us. Because as you correctly putting it, Chair, as they are answering, they are just creating more confusion for ourselves and themselves. And Honorable Ghana has asked this question, that there is no meeting that rescinded their own decision. So who is this person that then decided to fire the CFO and the entire other executive? In the meeting of the 3rd, that would have scheduled to fire the CFO on the 12th. Is the CEO, was the acting CEO part of those decisions? Because we are not getting these things correctly. So I think, Chair, I'm not going to be satisfied about any responses regarding this issue. I think we really just need to get RAF to come and give us a full brief on these issues, because their timelines are not matching. It seems they are taking decisions in toilets, and they are just doing things as they please, because they are taking decisions and someone.
Honorable Blose, not in toilets.
No, I apologize about that, Chair. But the point I was trying to make is that a board cannot sit and take a decision and then an individual seems to want to then, because of some irritation that would have happened somewhere, then that decision is rescinded without a board decision, because we are not hearing that the board would have sat and rescinded their own decision and took a different decision. And that's why then we are saying that it's very fishy that the accounting authorities are not here to account on the previous financial year. And this is the very point that we were raising. To say that if the effectiveness of the board decision that understood that there is a scheduled PCOT meeting that is sitting, and they correctly decided to say that this suspension of the CFO must be on the 12th, which is tomorrow, so that this CFO can come and account here. Now, who then went and rescinded that decision? Based on what? And that's what not we are getting, what is not coming across. And also, Chair, you can see that the appointment of this acting CEO now seems to be illegal, because they are unable to tell us here what empowered them to go and appoint an acting CFO, an acting CEO who is already had left the organization, and his term of office has ended, his contract has expired. So there's just a lot of legal flaws that are happening here. And I think, Chair, as you're closing, you just need to find a way how we're going to wrap it up. And then we must find a way to schedule them so that they come and meet us and give us a full brief on these issues so that we are able to question them. Thank you very much about that, Chair.
Honorable Malmaji.
Thank you very much. Allow me to start where Honorable Blose ended. That meeting, we propose it be physical. And it doesn't make mistake of forgetting the records of their sittings, so that we be really informed of what really made them to arrive at that. Because I can safely say, Honorable Chair, that it is evidence that they arrived at a decision being emotional, simply because they went and listened to Scopa conversation, which has nothing to do with them, then decided from there that if they extend the life of this CFO and the rest, they will keep telling the other side of the story. It's clear they don't want to be challenged. They don't want other people to speak their mind. They don't want other people to give their side of account. And it is very wrong, because if indeed they are expect, theirs is there to just ensure that they put RAF into intact and ensure that it's clean for the good of the benefit of the South Africans. They got not to be emotional, especially when taking decisions, because all what they've done, they're putting everybody in trouble, including their own principals. Because here where we are, we want the exact point in a form of a person who arrive at what point to take this decision, whereas there's an agreement that come the 12th, you'll take that decision. And now this decision, emotionally as it is, it now gather everybody in. So, Chair, there is that really a need for us to meet with them, and we shall have been very much fair to say, come on that day with records of everything. And this is where lies the problem. Because one way or another, it's not far from the story of Letoile. Because we really want to know what happened, what is the side of the story. But this thing of applying this thing, one mistake out, any threat to what we exist for out, is not going to do good to, it's not going to do justice to the entity, and we are not going to arrive at a very good, clean status that we can put the hope of the South Africans, as the chair, he himself, was saying when they were meeting the stakeholders and the beneficiaries, others, it was very emotional to see how they are dying, how they are depressed. But if they too, they want to come with a prompt conclusion in a form of assisting RAF and the department, I don't think it's good and fair. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thanks very much. Mr. Brown, I think you and together with the team there, I think you would have captured in the main the essence of what honorable members are concerned about. I must put it bluntly there that from the committee point of view, any activity that happens at RAF, given where we come from with RAF, and I think Dr. Hansinger has given you a background of where we come with this entity. Even before this crop arrived, the sequence or a sequel of problems and challenges that have been with RAF. Any other decision that comes before us is looked with a very close scrutiny. And it has nothing to do with you being the interim board and whatsoever. Any matter that comes before us, including the timing of when we suspend who and all that, become very, very suspect. And now, this is how we're going to move, because I think we are no longer doing well in terms of time. We're going to have to field you to come and deal with these outstanding matters. So there are two things. First is the matters relating to the what you were here for, the report. This is how we're going to deal with the report. The report is received. AT has given us a perspective on that report. You have formally tabled the report before us. The report will now go to honorable members to make their comments for BRRR processes. And then that is fine. So you will not come again to deal with this particular report. But you are going to have to come here and explain to us all these other matters, including other matters that honorable members will ask, and will send them to you. And we'll schedule you before we close, so that you can come and take us through all this particular process. First, in the main, what is going to be required in that meeting is that you must explain the process relating to the appointment of the interim CE, the process that you followed, the empowering legislative framework that empowers you to make that particular process. And in line with that particular empowering statute, explain to us whether you advertise, you did headhunting, and so forth. Related to that, come then explain to us how you made that particular process, especially because what you have read in terms of the section you have read vis-a-vis what you are telling us now, there's a total contradiction already. Now, we will not dwell on it now because we may not be able to find each other now given time limitations. We'll call you to come and make that particular explanation. We'll also supplement on other questions that we may have to come and answer. This includes what you must record down now, the record of decision making. You say to us, you had decided that you are going to suspend Mr. X on the 12th because you thought it well, and now you confirmed what members were saying, which you initially almost disputed, that members are saying to you, it is always proper to have people who worked on the financials, who worked on this particular report to be here so that can be asked questions. You then take a decision that correctly that no, these guys will only suspend them after they appeared before the committee and tabled this particular report. That's in your own concession. You then, because the CFO who's acting CE at the particular time would have done something that would have irritated you, or whatever way that you think would have brought the organization into disrepute, he would then take a decision immediately that you no longer worry about what would have considered before, that no, he must first appear here. You then, out of the steam of a moment, take a decision that this chap must be put aside, he's doing more harm to the organization. Yes, if you are to do that to protect the integrity of the organization, if you so feel, and when you weigh the waiting in this between on Monday, the waiting just for Monday would have created more harm than to wait until you come today and then you release him on whether when you leave this meeting or you release him tomorrow. You felt it will do greater harm. It's fine. But tell us, in which meeting was that board decision rescinded? Or if it was not in the meeting, who rescinded that decision? And what are the mechanics of rescinding a board decision? And we need that record of decision making in relation to this particular matter. I think that's what these honorable members are saying. We'll further follow you up with certain questions that when you come, you may have to prepare on them so that when you come, we don't take time. You come prepared, you ask, we close. Is that fine with you, Honorable Mr. Brown and the team?
Yeah, no, it's fine, Chair. Look, I must actually thank the committee, if I may, if you're closing, basically for the rigorous way of interrogating the entire processes within the Road Accident Fund. For me, where that and the board as a whole, it is appreciated because we need to be accountable and make sure that we also just toe the line and don't break the law. I agree fully with you. We will come and do that. Can I plead with you, Chair, that we are also given the opportunity as the interim board to give, in line with what Honorable Montana has also raised around what is it that's there? What's the interventions that we've taken actually basically there, and the way forward, so that we do it as a whole report back, basically to yourself in terms of that. Is it with your indulgence? Can you add that into that particular conversation so that we don't fly 8 people down and some of the executives just to talk about some of these issues, if it is at all possible, with your permission, Chair?
No. That is what we are going to. The framing will be, you will have to come and tell us about the processes since you came, the progress you have recorded since you came in. We're not going to restrict. Remember, these critical questions that honorable members are asking and are bending about has to do with the progress that we have recorded thus far. We want to gauge how far you have went, is the entities being stabilized, and so forth. Now, we remain wary when day in, day out, we hear on the media of suspensions and so forth, but it becomes even worse when people are suspended when they are supposed to come and act before us. Remember, as honorable members are continuously referring to the Tswalo issue, is because by the time we were supposed to meet with the entity on a Tuesday, once again, it was on a Wednesday, once again, a day before, Lutswalo was suspended, even before, and before that it was before he was appearing in scope. So that is why you have these members being very agile and being very, very wary and very suspect of any other activity that happens them, because we don't want anyone to be shielded from accounting, including that CFO that you have, according to you, correctly suspended. There are things that we think he must answer. We would have wished that he must answer in these financials, including the very matter issues that he would have raised in scope, which contradict what Auditor-General would have said. He worked on these financials. There were recommendations from the previous financial year from SCOPA. He had an obligation to implement them. He did not implement them. So those are some of the things that we may want to know why. And what authority, what legislative framework empowered him or would whoever worked with to not implement what was supposed to be implemented. When all that is said and done, Mr. Brown, we're going to afford you that particular opportunity, and then we will then be able to take it from there. The Honorable
Chair.
You are in charge today, colleagues. You are the last person to speak. I'm closing this meeting.
No, my apologies, Chair. That's why I was saying just before you close, maybe just one direct question to the chair of the board. Was the current acting CEO? Yes, Chair. Was the current acting CEO, Chair, the one who was supposed to do the presentation today, was he on suspension when he was appointed? Just to check on that.
It's a straight question, that one. Can you answer? Miss,
No, I've missed. Oh, sorry, Chair, through you. I've missed the question, please, man.
Okay, sorry, no, it's fine, Mr. Brown. The question that Mr. Bloss wants to know is, yeah, I know these things are so many. He wants to know, is it the interim CEO suspended when his contract ended?
Oh, yeah, no, the answer is no, he wasn't.
The answer, he was not suspended.
No.
You are definitely sure, right?
Well, that's, yeah, he's sitting here, he's also answering, saying it's no. Yeah, he says he can even swear on the Bible.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. I don't want us to say it, and then when later evidence is brought, then you are put into trouble.
No,
because I'm just saying that. Okay, we will then take it from there. We are answered, Honorable Bloss, isn't it?
No, it's covered, Chair. It's for the record. So I think we'll deal with the issues when we schedule Raf to come and see us as well. No
Okay.
problem.
Maybe, Chair, from my side, I just want to thank you and the committee.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say, as a final word from...
I wanted to give you a parting shot. Because the minister, the DM is not here, I was going to allow you an opportunity to do a parting shot.
No, thanks, Chair. No, look, as I've said in the beginning, look, we really appreciate robust engagements. Basically, we need to be held accountable, even whether we interim or what. We need to be scrutinized properly at the end of the day, because when we sit and we make mistakes, we need to be alert of those particular kind of mistake. And we really, from the bottom of my heart, and I speak on behalf of the board, appreciate that. I don't see it in any negative light at the end of the day. But ultimately, when we come back, we will make sure that we've got a detailed presentation. It covers all the aspects that you've alerted. And I think what will be helpful if we get the communication, I'll talk through our company SEC here so that we get the information that is required, so that we prepare thoroughly, so that we really get to that. And lastly, for us, Chair, as the Road Accident Fund board, as well as the team of the Road Accident Fund, which here I'm talking rank and file as well, right? we put the claimant first. For us, whatever we're going to be presenting to you and everything that we do, we want to put the claimant first. We are the last line of defense for those people. And we want to put them first. And we want to walk this journey with your very important committee so that we just make sure that we don't go astray and we bring you along actually with this, on this journey. Well, those words are really from the side of the board. We want to thank you basically for today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown, and together with the team for holding the fort. From the department, colleagues from the department, I want to take this moment to equally appreciate your presence. Our parliamentary liaison there from the parliament, Nicholas, and the team that is here. I know the DM has stepped off, and the senior execs from the Department of Transport. Much appreciation for your presence. The team from Rodex, from the Supreme Audit Institute, Nompa Matanzima and your team, much appreciated for the interventions and for alerting us on the areas that we need to follow on. To my team, colleagues, compatriots, I want to appreciate all of you for having participated robustly in this engagement, and also to our support staff, much appreciation. The parting word is that from what the interim board chair would have said, passion about 7 RAF. The very passion you have, colleagues, on 7 RAF is the very passion that we have to want to see things properly happening at RAF. Have a great day. We'll see each other soon. The report of this particular entity, the financial report 2024-2025, is now officially referred for further processing by colleagues for BRRR purposes. Thanks very much. You are released, colleagues. For the 2 remaining matters of the minutes, colleagues, I'm not going to open it again. It's also deferred to the next meeting. Honorable Blosse, what is that? You want to be the one doing summary today? Honorable Blosse, is your hand up? You want to summarize on behalf of the chair? Okay, thanks very much. The meeting is officially closed. Let's have a great day. Those who are going to the sitting, all the best in your engagement. Colleagues of RAF, do continue doing the work. Let's meet when we meet on the day that the Lord would have provided for us. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair.
No, it was a legacy head, Chair. I will never close on your
Great
behalf.
day,
I
Chair.
thought you want to summarize, my brother.
Chair.
My sharp colleague, thanks very much.